Chapter 161. Chapter 28. Down the river private correspondence between Syntech employees regarding the development of the Silver Eye suit. Look, we're not trying to cram this thing with all the functionality it could accommodate. It's to sell an image, Silvare. That means it needs to show some skin. Okay, this is a job directly from Mr. Ulrich, signed off by the mayor and approved by the manager. That means we have to make this thing both sexy and useful, iconic. I know we're not the same team that develops some of the tech Neocore uses, but look at Archangel. For example, the perfect blend of form and function. Point of it all, make sure it shows off her silhouette. Add some vanity wings that don't do shit besides. Give her a little floatiness and a few Hala shield projectors. It'll still be better than 99% of the stuff the police usually use, but don't skip out on the materials. The last thing the cameras need to see is her bleeding. The 13th of October, 11:30 p.m. Diana, the boat rocked gently under my feet. It was a sizable cargo ferry that ran on an electric motor with some warp conversion process. I could feel the storm coursing through the metal, charging the motors, and turning them into a propelling movement that drew us ever closer to the dock connected to the 1st Precinct's territory. It wasn't quick enough. Could I power those motors to work quicker? Maybe even tug the boat forward? The physics of that means escaped me, and it ached knowing I was sitting with no one to talk to. The bitter cold breeze swept in the stench of the river's pollutants, the pungent odor of decay and trash permeating my senses. It was almost nostalgic for that month of homelessness on the streets. It was only nostalgic because of how it ended, with me being pulled into the heat of Yvette's embrace. I now had only cold metal to rest my head on. In fact, it was almost laughable how much time I spent around metal and training my control over it. You'd almost think I was a shard-up. The irony might be that Ripley had a better social life than I was. He'd his girlfriend, or girlfriends, call me up to get him out. Diamante was there as a reliable ally, and Missy was there for him as a tutor. I only had Dryder, and he was questionable. Only there when he needed me. No, not even me. When he needed Lillian Rose, that was the alias we created for our undercover stints on Soul Killer. Black hair, red eyes, dull gray skin, and fangs in my mouth. She was meant to be everything I wasn't. We hadn't made much progress. We'd tracked down that Soul Killer was using clones of Dr. Keisel and communicating with gangs, even a few corporates. I'd always been the one who kept us from rushing in, but maybe it was time to change that. Then I stared at the blood on my clothes and wondered if that line had already been crossed. Investigator Thomas. He was that bastard who kicked me for helping an injured man without his permission during the Toxin Club raid. Such violence was considered expected of the police. We were feared and hated by many for good reasons. I thought I was different. Was I different? When I felt such satisfaction in hurting those who hurt me, just the sentiment of it spurred vigor from my warp-burnt body. At first, I deluded myself into thinking that I was someone who wanted to save people the same way I'd been saved. Then, Annabelle Grage got me to admit that I was the kind of person who just wanted to prove that they were better than everyone else. I was egoistic. I still am. I didn't think it was wrong for me to believe that I was better than so many people in this city. More thoughtful, capable, and powerful. And yet, I wanted justice. Some fucking semblances of it. I get shit done. That was what I'd thought during Soul Killer. But maybe the more straightforward truth was that I was the one who retaliated against everyone who thought they could use me, or others. That seemed right. That seemed morally right to a certain extent. Yet even now, I questioned it. I was a wildfire burning in all directions, harming both those close to me and those far away. This city, my father, wanted me to be a symbol of something. The ads on the pleasure lanes spoke of me as an inspiring figure. I laughed bitterly at that notion. Olivia, what had I told her? That I'd be a hero all the time for her. I was a fucking hypocrite. I was no hero. I was only just a monster willing to fight the right war. And I'd hunt all the other monsters if I needed to. The boat settled into a quiet pier with barely any guards, and we were still away from Maiden's location. Only a single many-wheeled truck was in view, large and waiting for a container to be loaded behind it. A figure I'd only seen once 4 months ago sat inside it. She was youthful and her hair was still short and blonde as the last time. but the impressive bulk of both her organic and cybernetic features lent her an intimidating look. Emizran, or Missy, a former Neocore Inquisitor and someone capable of making contact with a herald, such as Ruby. Missy clicked some controls on the truck, and a crane moved. Electromagnetic force I could only seek to one day match lifted the container of sedated victims and carefully aligned them onto the truck before Missy got out to manually secure it and check up on them. At that point, I got off the ferry and strolled quietly towards Missy, who met me with a warm smile. "It's been a while, Diana. You've made quite the name for yourself lately." "Maybe so," I dryly responded, taking ample time to ensure the container was safe and that those inside were still securely fastened to the walls. "Maiden can help them." Missy took a quiet second for herself to answer. "Yeah, then let's not waste time." I got into the passenger seat, resting my head against the glass window. Missy didn't say a word to me for most of the ride, and the world blurred past me. City lights blending into one continuous stroke and people moving behind and away from me. They left, but I remained. What was the point of a life like that? Rain began to thunder down on the city, slightly acidic, and the battering droplets shrouded the path ahead. Glad it's raining and not snowing. I'll need to do more maintenance on my arms then. Missy made idle chat. "Antifreeze doesn't work." I wasn't an expert on shardware. "Not for me. I've got extra stuff to take care of in my arms," she said with a hint of something. That something became apparent when a dull cast of my senses detected an oddity in her. She had two streams of warp energy blending into one, a fainter one, which I just barely detected, traversing her nervous system, and the more vigorous physical pulsation that was powerfully strumming through her blood and flesh. Missy was a dual adapter, and powerful at that. Most adapters had a thick overlap of warp energy around them, like a field wrapping around them and radiating waves. Missy Sora was thicker in terms of strength. It was magnitudes above and shifted intricately according to her body, as if it were intertwined with her in the physical world. Missy was an evolved human, a tier I4. Despite all that, her signature was bronze. A dual adapter and a neocore enforcer, but you're bronze. I let out in disbelief. That's confusing for everyone. "Yeah," she smirked. "There's a reason I didn't care about your gold, nor Ripley's. Sure, a single whiff of it could have sent me all the way to a high silver grade. But what's the point?" I squinted. "The point of that endless climb." Missy sighed, her eyes reflecting exhaustion, as my senses became more keenly aware of the dark circles under them. Outpacing the lives of those around you and seeking power that only alienates you from humanity. For my entire life, I've studied humans, their behavior and reactions. I've lived long, got plenty of stars on my belt, and left too many flowers on too many graves. In the end, when you die, you're a memory. That's how it used to be, back in the old world. Now, when you die, you're a resource. People will kill for what's in your skull or heart, your implants. That's why you're bronze, to prevent others from hunting you. Number, it's only made them hunt me more. They think I'm weak because of it." She laughed incredulously. "I've proved them wrong so many times. Silvers, golds, even titaniums. They've come after me, and they're lucky if I let them tell the tale. Truth is, you kinda remind me of myself back when I was younger. Heart full of gold and wanting to do right. Believing you have a gift that merits you to take responsibility for it. I don't need you to lecture me." I sighed. "It's introspection. I'm thinking about myself, not you," she said calmly without any bitterness sent my way. Then I made one mistake after another, found myself in stupid beliefs over this century, all in an attempt to fix what I'd broken, when in reality, I had to stop blaming myself. We're led to believe that it's not the world that's shitty. It's our outlook on it. That's horseshit shit. The world's corrupt, people kill and steal for power, and we're all victims to it. Yet we're told that we're the reasons why things are so shitty, that it's those at the bottom who don't do enough. Her voice took a sarcastic tone. "Practice mindfulness, change your diet, write what you're grateful for, every morning. Meanwhile, your neighbor's just beaten their spouse to death. Someone living on the streets grew so desperate they killed their pet just so they wouldn't go hungry another day. Your cousin committed suicide out of a debt that never had any chance in paying back. I sat quietly. All around us, shitty leaders are doing shitty things for profit. But we're the problem. We're the ones not doing enough, not saving electricity, not budgeting properly, not healthy enough. You wouldn't have to do crime if you just got a real job. Yet, half the electricity goes to produce war machines. Half the budget is stolen by our politicians. All our food is mass-produced to be addictive, and our shitty corporate job consumes half our day on desks. If we're even allowed to have the education and degrees to get that far, we are not the problem. This city is. The people who run it. The founders who stuff their products into our lives. The uncaged who take desperation and strangle it for their benefit. So then, how do we solve it? I wish I had the moral answer to that, Missy said, shame radiating through the vibrations leaving her throat. But even after a century of life, all I can think of is more war. More bloodshed, more death. To rip out the old and install the new. To hope the new doesn't become like the old again. In the grand scheme of things, maybe we can never create a perfect world that lasts forever. She took a deep breath. But if I can create a perfect moment in time, then that's proof enough that such a thing can be. For that moment, I'd let it be my last. I'd let myself be filled with hope in others to preserve it, to let it continue. Because that's what I want to believe in. You're optimistic. I drew breath out of me. It isn't optimism. It's just belief. She let a weary smile grow on her. You've never been one to believe in anything, right? Number, I said easily. Beliefs can be proven false. Belief is even when it's proven false. You still hold true to it. It's a peculiar and somewhat absurd notion, but it works. Sometimes, all you need to do is lie to yourself until you get shit done. She reached for the small, refrigerated compartment between us, pulling out a vial indicated as silver-graded mutation boosters meant for Tear the Stew adapters. She rolled it onto my lap. Take it. I eyed her distrustfully. Why? You just fought Diamante. Bet he put you through a good workout. This ache in your body is when you'll grow the most. Just be mindful of the warp burns. She smirked. And because I do believe in you, and Ripley, to stop the uncaged? I lifted the vial, observing its glowing contents. Number, Missy smiled. To change how things work. That word drew on me, and so I drew my sleeve up, faint scars of bullet wounds already fading away, and stuck the vial in. It burned like the sun was breathing on me, and I let that warmth slice into my genome. G mutation. Soul resonance is now at 16% development. Additional meta-mutation has occurred, increasing sensitivity to bug adapters. G mutation. Electrosomatic organism is now at 21% development. Additional meta-mutation has occurred, increased rate of healing. G mutation. Limited morphology manipulation is now at 23% development. Additional meta-mutation has occurred. Increased ability to alter the body beyond human physiology. G mutation. Electromagnetic domain is now at 18% development. Additional meta-mutation has occurred. Increased range of electricity conduction. G mutation. Kinetic thermal catalyst is now at 12% development. Additional meta-mutation has occurred. Increased threshold of kinetic absorption. G mutation. Inorganic metabolism is now at 19% development. Additional meta-mutation has occurred. Increased passive production of electrogenic metabolism. Integrity is now bronze. V-energy is now bronze IV. It was only when the reports came in that I realized I'd fallen asleep. My forehead leaving a sweaty imprint on the window. My body still ached, and my breath was cold, but I felt power sedimenting into my flesh. Good, you're up. I'm just about to roll in. I'll be leaving soon after. Missy turned the wheel as the truck curved into the rear of a fairly large shelter. You're not staying, I heaved out with a weak breath. Maiden doesn't like me very much, for reasons. She left unexplained. I didn't question the criminal drama between them. As we parked in the cargo depot, I noticed a few metal scraps lying about. Then I saw Ripley and Maiden. Maiden was a fairly short woman with wrinkled dark skin and blue eyes piercing at Missy's direction, whereas Ripley couldn't decide which of us to look at. He was messy. Black hair tossed over his orange-gray eyes, and there were faint bloodstains all across the lab coat, worn over the black tactical armor I'd only seen in blurry photos of Dreadwire. A singular metal arachnid limb dragged across the ground behind him, seemingly broken and limp. Getting out of the truck, I rolled my hand over the iron bug I'd taken from Steel Tigers. It had some of Soul Killer's titanium mutagen in it. Ripley could read the implant, maybe figure out its secrets. That was just a hope, a fleeting hope. One that I might have to take. He waved his hand up, and I wasn't sure how to respond. He seemed carefree, despite how much the last few months should have been on us. My fingers twitched, but I kept them down as I approached Ripley and Maiden. My voice itched in my throat, an unsure tone as the result. Is there a shower here I can use? Maiden scanned my dirty body up and down, nodding. Not the cleanest, but head upstairs. Brat, take her. I'll transfer the bodies myself. I'll stay and... It's a miracle you handling them hasn't gotten them infected yet. Take a shower as well. A good one, she ordered Ripley with a sharp tongue, and he sighed in compliance. I got the sense it was less about handling the bodies, and more about handling Missy. Ripley eyed the tension between Missy and Maiden, too, and let out a hasty series of nods that indicated he decided he did not want to be trapped in that mess. Yeah, I'll take Diana. Starlight's already made a map of this place anyway. He swiftly turned around and began walking to a nearby door. The scraping noise of his limp arachnid limb seemed to have alerted him, and he sheepishly rubbed the back of his neck as he trailed down a corridor. Actually, just hold on a moment. Probably better I remove this before I become the next rumor for the non-criminal folk living up there. There are criminals living in this place? I turned my head to that. You might want to shut off your police brain for today. He darted his eyes around, almost as though to search for anything that could earn an arrest on this place. I sighed. If I wanted to arrest you, Donovic, I would have left you to rot in that jail cell. He chuckled. Guess I would have had to take a page from your book and break myself out. My eyes hardened at that, but then I shrugged as I walked past him. I'd have you back in that cell in an hour. Ripley, maybe. He smiled. Dreadwire's a little more difficult to keep on a leash. Dreadwire, huh? A shame I've never met him. I gave an amused look as I turned back. I bet we'd... And then I remembered what I said about Dreadwire during Fuck, Marry, Kill. Stammering to silence, I let him take the lead as he entered the workshop. I held my breath when I saw all of what was inside. Chapter 162. Chapter 29. Distractions Soul Killer's message to redacted on the unique interactions between two individuals possessing implants, sourced from the same mal I've had. 2 successful experiments in emulating a phenomenon I've called resonance. The first was aiding the development of Kensu's children, Princesses Hexblood and Heartseeker. One with the ability to imitate and mimic mutations, while the other. Her bug has made her the perfect copycat of entire personalities. At first, they showed no proper ability to enhance or manipulate the other's abilities. That is, until Hexblood's untimely demise. Who knew you could wear an effective corpse as a suit? At times, I wonder if it would just be better to have killed Hexblood properly. But what can I say? Kensuke is sentimental. He is their father, after all. It is an extraordinary phenomenon, convincing an implant that its host is still alive by using its twin. If only Kensuke hadn't left me for that conniving child he had engaged as his heir. As for Topaz and Quartz, I fear that my loss of them to Imizran has resulted in the obfuscation of many more worthwhile discoveries that could have been made. Biological twins, both gifted powers from a handcrafted carrion, malformed. Fascinating discoveries were made just in its creation, such as the natural rejection possessed by malformed wielding antithetical source shards. Containment and release. You would think the opposite? However, it appears that mere fragments do not have the capability to combine, only the shards they are sourced from. One whose presence draws ether out to the world, and another whose soul sucks it in. erasing the ability for others to perceive them. Together, they've shown the potential to achieve a balance, but I never sought to balance them. No, the most worthwhile results never come as a product of order. But entropy. It is a shame I couldn't keep Ulrich for longer. I surely would have loved to have taken Dreadwire to further experiment with their potential symbiosis. But I understand. He's not mine to take. He's hers. She who whistles to the dogs. But I will have her returned to me. I will not let Skeleton take her. The 14th of October, 1:28 a.m. Ripley. She bet we'd... What did she bet we'd do? I glanced as she paused. She was going to say something. But now I had no idea what. There were many things we could do. We could fight, team up, or talk things through over dinner together. Actually, no. Elsa would kill me if I did the last one. Opening the door to the workshop, I decided to distract myself by quickly removing the remaining arachnodyne from my back. I walked forward, but she stood still at the entrance. Right. There were a lot of people missing limbs here. These are all dog whistler's victims. We're removing their shardware and implant to keep them away from her. I hurried out. Diana strode deeper in, taking wide glances at the surrounding machinery and bodies around her. Then she spoke, and it wasn't what I expected. It's incredible. All along, I thought we were just ignoring them. Oh, I turned to where my other 3 arachne limbs were laid, and I was very much uncomfortable having a special intelligence investigator look at all of this for illegal stuff. How was Maiden okay with this? In a second, I unhooked my body armor's restraints and laid it down on the table as I set my arachnodyne to detach. It didn't work. Right. Maiden had somehow fried the limb's circuitry with that weird electromagnetic laser. I needed to remove it manually. Typically, the other arachnodyne limbs were nimble enough to self-operate. Or I had my mother or Mirage help me out, but my metal arms were a bit too big to reach back for the clamps. Diana, you mind helping me detach this? I said as I slid my undershirt off. Thank the founders it was made of reactive weave, so I didn't need to put a hole through to get it off. She took a weary look at me, a flash of disgust crossing her face before she shook her head and approached me from behind. This was far from a situation I wanted, an investigator looking at Dreadwire's machinery. Still, I'd rather have her than the scorn of interrupting Maiden right now while she was handling Missy. There was history and drama there, something that screamed danger to me. I pointed towards a few tiny clamps holding the containment unit of my arachnodyne in place, and then her fingers glanced at the skin of my back. They felt hot, blazing. I could feel an incredible inferno storming within her flesh and invoking me into action. And I knew she felt something too, because she pulled her hand back. Diana detach, his arachne? Founder, I hoped this wasn't just an excuse for him to have me touch his back. He slid his undershirt off, which strangely glided around the arachnid limb, poking out to reveal the more extensive underworking of his arachnid limb. From what I saw, it was a thick plating embedded in his musculature that housed the actual limb. 2 were located below his scapulae, and another 2 were located below his ribs. How did he manage to fit all of that into such a confined space? And, I tried not to stare too much. The musculature around the arachne was extensive. Whether it was cybernetic or not, it was well made in both aesthetics and functionality. He pointed towards a few clamps with those sharp claws, and I nodded along before reaching to remove the first one. Touching the metal and skin, I felt a coolness, a steady, calming current that washed away the ache within me. I noticed my touch lingering a bit too long, so I pulled away, and immediately the sensation stopped, much to my confusion. The pain returned, and I was shaking slightly from the fatigue. It was the fatigue, I told myself. Coughing. I asked him to re-instruct me, and he did so with a strain in his voice. Did he feel something too? Returning my fingers to him, I tried to make only contact with the metal, but even that sent a rush of serenity through me. Serenity? No, that was hardly what I was feeling. I just calmed myself down, which was remarkably easy due to this sensation. I got the first clamp off, but the plating hardly moved. I spoke, my voice remarkably easy and almost song-like. How many more to go? His voice, on the other hand, had a festering edge to it, as if he were berating me for going too slowly. 19. It struck into me more like an order than a request, yet I didn't mind it. Typically, I would have said something dismissive, but instead, I had the idea to say this with a smile and a roll of my eyes. Whatever you say. Rippy? Ripley Rippy? She was calling Merrippy. We weren't that close, unless she meant it sarcastically. And what was with this heat? I felt like jumping around all over the place, doing anything other than standing still. My hands started fidgeting. Diana, his hands were fidgeting, the metal curling up and down, and then even his legs began to shake. I just giggled at the motion as I calmly took my time unhooking a second clamp. It was as if he were a child standing uncomfortably as his mother buttoned his shirt or something. On second thought, why was I letting myself get this comfortable with a criminal? A coworker at best. That's it. I was channeling the fire tendency. Ripley, she was giggling now. God, what was she thinking? That I was some stupid child too impatient to stand still while I cut that thought. Fuck this. I'm channeling the water tendency. Diana and Ripley unbeknownst to each other. Their roles reversed. Diana was burning as her energy swirled across her body, while Ripley let a soothing wave flow through his nerves. Then they spoke at the same time. Will you fucking stand still? I can't take these off if you're shaking. Take your time, DJ. Did you just call me DJ? Diana Jones. You like being known as that, right? Yeah, but not DJ. DJs are cool, though. Maybe to you, I'm an adult. They make cool music. What more could you want? Someone actually productive to society. Diana ended up ripping the third clamp off, and Ripley just shrugged. I'll need to repair the rest either way, Diana snorted. Cool. Can I just rip the rest of the 17 off then? I would recommend against that, unless you intend to tear off some flesh as well accidentally, Ripley warned. She scoffed in return. Fine. You want me to do this the right way, then lie down somewhere. It's hard to do this when you're standing up. All the beds are kind of taken. Ripley glanced around the room. Diana sighed. Then get on the fucking floor, jackass. Ripley looked down, then smirked. I see you don't exactly have an off switch for your cop routine. Want my hands behind my head as well? Diana lifted her leg and lightly kicked the back of his knee. She sensed that he was holding back the tension since he very gently let go of his weight and got into position. Lying flat on his stomach, Diana sighed with a heavy breath as she leaned down and began removing some of the other clamps. But leaning down wasn't very comfortable, and there wasn't enough of that soothing sensation. But she wasn't going to admit that. You're going to shut up and not tell anyone about this. Okay. Diana abruptly sat down on his back, giving her a much better angle to work with. Ripley answered with ease. My lips are sealed tight. And so, Diana continued plucking one clamp after the other. However, this new position meant that the flow of their warp energy had many more areas of contact to flow through, and so their roles reversed once more. Ripley bit his teeth. Why on earth are you so heavy? Diana, meanwhile, grew concerned. Are you comfort? What the fuck did you just say? There were some things even the water tendency couldn't cool down, as Ripley would soon know. Ripley, getting off the cold ground. I rubbed my back. She didn't need to be that forceful. And how was I supposed to know she had metallic deposits through her skeleton? Cool as that was, shaking my head, I yanked the arachnidine limb off my back. Now that all the clamps were unhooked, and placed it down with the rest of them. Then I dusted my hands and reached for my shirt while turning towards her. Tips for next time. Don't send electric sparks down there. I have very sensitive nerve endings. She was staring at me, at my chest, at my glowing nipple. Diana, that was an odd choice for a piece of shardware, but it was so bright. How did he stuff so much shardware into every inch of his body in just 4 months? My eyes are up here. He poked my forehead. I was going to flinch back with something when I noticed that his face was pretty red, and he hurriedly put on his shirt. It was just I didn't know what to say. I've heard it all before. The glow steadily wore away from under his shirt. Besides, it's your fault I even have it in the first place. You shot that damned gold malseed and it sprinkled its juices all over me. I folded my arms, offended. I was saving your life. Would you have rather I didn't? Well, he chewed his lips. I saved your life at Little Requiem, Ripley Little Requiem, where her friend died, and now I just reminded her of it. Fucking great job, Ripley Donovic. Clenching my face, I reached for words to say something. Sorry. It's okay, she said, a thin line on her lips as I saw nothing but cruel reality etched in her gaze. You did save my life. Thank you. Well, I had to say something. Thank you, too. I guess we'll just rotate around whose life needs saving every so often. Maybe we will, she sighed. All right, we're done with your thing. Now find me a shower. I can't believe you let me sit on you while I'm covered and dried. She stopped speaking. Because we both contemplated the same thing. Why did I let her sit on me when she's soaked in blood? My mouth opened, and words slowly came across. Yeah, I think Maiden's right. I'll take a shower too. As we began to leave, I couldn't help but notice Starlight and Seraphim in their holographic forms floating by the console. Starlight was lifting her tiny arm to cover the giant eye's pupil, but she barely covered a fifth of it. I do not want to see anything like that, ever, again. I had no idea what was going to happen next. Nothing was going to happen, I stammered before looking at Seraphim. Is covering her eye actually doing anything? No, that was for my sake of mind. Having a giant eye stare at you two was disturbing. She shivered. Starlight. I smacked my lips. Be a dear and delete any and all footage from when we entered the room. Will Maiden like that? It's not Maiden who I'm scared of. I didn't want any chance of Elsa somehow hacking her way into that footage. As we found our way upstairs, we passed by a shouting match that Maiden was winning. It involved a line saying, "This is why I broke up with you. You still can't let go of your past." We decided not to get into that drama. Heading up the staircase, Diana suddenly stopped. Oh, fuck. I might also need to make some last-minute adjustments to my appearance. Knowing the media, the net will find out I was at a homeless shelter, and then I'll get all sorts of tabloid articles about it. Oh, you going to dye your hair or something? I joked. Then her hair turned black. Its curls straightened, and her skin turned a stone gray, as sharp fangs extended from both canines. I took a wary step away. Finally, her eyes. Silver no more. They darkened and turned a vibrant red like fresh arterial blood. Not to mention, she was already covered in blood, and it only added to her fearsome identity. So, when the fuck could you turn into a vampire, Diana? Name's not Diana when I'm like this. Even her voice felt changed. Delicate, but as sharp as those fangs. It's Lillian Rose. Now keep this a secret. Donovic. A razor-sharp smile flashed my way. Her image dressed in danger, and yet she remained just as captivating before turning away. And so, Diana, or Lillian Rose, made her way to the showers, not even taking a glance back at me. Chapter 163. Chapter 30. Selly Diana. Lillian Rose's the water was calm, soothing, but lacking in ... its ability to drench my worries away like he. My face heated up. What the fuck did Ripley do? Ripley. I set the shower to the highest temperature. Even scalding and painful, it wasn't how Diana had felt. The strange heat from her was invigorating. Ripley and Diana, Lillian Rose Ripley got out first. A fresh set of donated clothes covering him as he rested on a nearby bench in the hallway of the showers, waiting for Diana. Was there any specific reason that he waited? He didn't know. He just felt like waiting to talk to her about anything. Things had certainly changed since they last met, and even then, it had hardly been a satisfactory meeting. They'd had some time to embrace their identities as Dreadwire and Silvereye. Their identities had truly blossomed into the public sphere. Dreadwire was a common topic in the Abyssnet, not just because of his gold, but also because of the arachnidine he wielded. A supposed enemy of the corporations based on his affiliation with the R0N1N, and unlike most mercenaries, He reveled in being seen out in public. What could the police do as he swung past them? Whether he intended it or not, his defiance and frequent appearances had begun to become a symbol to many. A symbol of something they looked for, he guessed, someone to fight back for them, whether it was against crime or corporate. He'd committed violence against both. But Silver Eye was always meant to come off as a symbol, a beacon of justice, and a warden of truth. The blurred reflections of Diana Jones and Diana Ulrich never mattered to the media. She just needed to be Brian Ulrich's daughter. She just needed to garner results. And, most importantly, appear attractive. Hidden behind the self-loathing in her eyes stirred faint currents of longing to make that identity truly mean something. Actually, to be what Silver Eye was beginning to stand for. But she never could be. Deep down, she would always be a lie. Ripley glanced at the mess hall of the homeless shelter. It was similar to the situation he had stayed in back at another Metal Heavens base. He'd killed the priest there, taken his implant and shardware before being chased out on his bike. That was another contemporary branch, just like this one. The priest had felt his personality matrix, had even said he'd help Ripley remove it. When a damn Metal Heavens leader tells you a piece of tech is bad. Maybe it is a warning. Opening up the controls for his personality matrix, he grimaced at the setting. Current output, 100% his hand shaking, he slowly adjusted it down. Current output, 90% bit by bit, one step at a time. His mind was already reeling with thoughts he'd discarded. Guilt? Lots of guilt for what he'd done to Maiden's men. Shame for taking the assassination in the first place. Fear that he didn't have what it took to save his mother. Cupping his trembling hands, he didn't notice when Diana, or Lillian Rose, emerged from the stall opposite where he'd showered. She gazed upon the man lost in thought, those eyes shut tight, and his hands cupped as though almost in a prayer. How did she feel about him? She had no idea. She knew he was smart, capable, and frankly terrifying, but a tad bit weird. Too carefree for the situation they were in, maybe even insane. Yet those eyes shut tight in pain. She knew better than anyone what it was like to pray to anyone who would listen. Instead of downstairs, she found her seat next to him. They sat in silence before she found something to ask him about. "How's your mom doing?" Ripley looked down at the ground, and she felt a premonition for the answer to come. "Not that well. Symptoms have worsened. Maybe 5 months left?" "I am sorry." She wrestled her thoughts into submission before deciding to let them go. Her fingertips rested on his shoulder, a clarity washing in her and a kindle igniting in him. "I know what it is like to see someone." Slipping away. "It isn't easy." "Yeah, it isn't easy." Ripley stretched up, that fire rumbling into his words. "Which is why I'm going to cure her. A silver implant. I find one compatible with her, she'll be good. If I can't, I'll make one." "Make one?" she questioned, her hand slipping away. Even with contact of skin lost between them, the fire had already begun burning in Ripley. "It's a crazy idea, I know. But I can. I have to do it. Even if it means putting myself into harm's way or figuring out how to break the laws of warp energy, I'll save her." Save. Ripley had someone worth saving. Diana rested her head back as she questioned her reasons for fighting. I also feel like I have people I want to save. Nameless people, just faces that I know are lost. Would be lost. But also someone I know, Anthony. That freak. Soul Killer poisoned him with something I couldn't cure properly. Soul Killer really is a menace. Ripley bit down on his words. I used to think it was just them. Diana's gaze searched the air between them. Now I feel like those monsters are everywhere. How do we change that? We already are. His eyes cast upon the homeless shelter. Even if it's not by much, but I'm not doing a damn thing. You can, though. How? By being Silver Eye, he said calmly. You got some clout, promote resources to places like this, I guess. Diana thought to herself. She took that name as a means to combat Soul Killer before her father spun it around as a marketing gimmick. Maybe it was time she marketed something worth the city's money. Silveria. You know, that's a type of bird. She chuckled dryly. Learned about them in the cradle. Ah, so you're going to add some wings to your design then, he chuckled. I dunno, lots of lightning bolts, probably. She added with her own humor, can't even fly. Would feel like even more of a fraud than I already am. I'll make a nice jetpack for you. Just don't tell your police pals where you got it from. He smirked, nudging her with his elbow. We'll see. Maybe I'll figure out a way to levitate before long, Diana said back. Can't do it looking like this, though. Lillian Rose is meant to be all claws and freezing people's blood and stuff, so maybe I'll add the jetpack onto her. You can freeze people, he scoffed. You can shapeshift, use electricity, and now freeze stuff. I convert thermal energy into electricity or vice versa, she commented before she decided to tease him a little with more of her capabilities. Kinetic, too. How does? He began questioning its physics, his gaze growing more intense on her. Yet, she could feel in his soul that he wasn't checking her out, but perhaps thinking even more intrusively. Could I take a blood sample one day? God, not you too, she scoffed. I've had enough geneticists digging into my flesh. Didn't know you were going to be a gene freak. Furthest thing from one. How placidly raised his hands. Just got a healthy amount of curiosity. And who knows? My bi could find some way to make you all the more badass. Lillian Rose. Skin. She gave in just the tiniest bit with a slight, drowsy smile. Only skin? You weirdo? Scrape it off. Yeah, he agreed, actually. Don't want to know how your blood feels considering the weird. Diana turned her eyes open. Oh, so. You did feel something. It must be our warp energy tendencies reacting. Sharing a malignance implants probably means we have some sort of feedback loop in close proximity. You've got fire. That was easy to tell. And you have water, she guessed. Also easily. How did it feel? Like a soothing presence. My wounds stopped hurting. You? Power. A rise to action. His aimless glare thinned, the orange of his eyes seeming more radiant. She chuckled. That was accurate enough. Your friend Diamante said he had the same, guessing you two squabble up. Fire and water don't blend well together. Oh yeah, real hardhead that one. How'd meeting him go? Bastard shot me full of holes, she complained to him. Said it was to compare us. By the way, did he shoot you in the head? Yup, Ripley nodded before tapping his forehead. Right between the eyebrows with his pistol, which, fun fact, actually isn't the best way to kill a shard adapter. It's through the eyes. Bullet passes through the optic fissure and hits the brain. Oh, we'll keep that in mind, Diana said with a tight face, her arm drifting closer to his. But why? She pulled away, but she wanted to pull away from all the death surrounding her. Maiden beat my ass too, Ripley said, not noticing her growing distance. Was flipping whips at me when suddenly she started flying. Guess Tier the third combatants are still a ways off for us. She gave an amused smile for a quick moment before confusion caught her throat and led her to be uncharacteristically wanting something. Ripley! Diana clutched her chest. How have you stayed okay after everything we've had to become these last 4 months? I'm not okay. He looked ahead, eyelids shutting tight before making an admission of weakness. To him, his admittance was proof of his wanting to remove that weakness. I have a personality editor in my head. What? Diana froze. From the time of my father's death must have been 15. Makes it 7-8 years now. He tapped his finger on his knee in a constant rhythm. I'm actually quite mentally unstable. Going to therapy for it now. A weird kind. Well, I'm glad you're making progress. I guess everything that's happened since the club only intensified things, but it makes sense. That raid made you lose. She cut her words down. My source of income and a bunch of questionable friends. Yeah. He chuckled. Don't worry. Got a new job now. Legal, actually, I think. Don't ask too many questions. Oh, she stayed quiet before whispering. I guess you weren't as close to her as I thought. To who? To... She scrambled in her memories for the name, Celine. Sorry? Celine? You did her neuroframe that day? Ripley's eyes briefly went out of focus, Then a steady dribble of blood poured down his nose. Ripley, Diana said. My ears not quite catching the name, sorry. I leaned closer. You did her neuroframe that day? I reviewed my memories. They should be sharper than ever. I saw it play out in reverse, the grenade erasing the mal, me opening that box, Diana at the door. I could envision her perfectly down to the smallest details. Hokin was there too, and someone else. She was the first person to visit me. A neuroframe operation? That meant a worker. But who was new there? Actually, most of them had neuroframes already. I would remember someone without one. There weren't many in this city. Closing my eyes, I did recall working on a frame that day. For someone, pink hair, blonde roots. Like Starlight's? But Starlight's was gold by natural. Her hair was blonde because she'd bleached it to prevent the other girls from knowing she was. Gene-edited. She trusted me with that information because we'd known each other for a long time since I was a kid. She joined that club out of a debt her parents were left with when they died. A car crash. She'd come to me, desperate, and I didn't know what to do. I told her to sign on as a waitress, but Sean kept pushing her to take a more proactive role. I told her to leave, but she was scared. Hokin said he'd protect her from me, but that didn't last long. Her head rolled on the floor. She had been searching for me. Cecil error, preservation matrices, suggesting setting personality editor output to 100% denied. That name, I couldn't recall it. Why? Psyche is updating to V.3.1. Oh, deny it. I didn't know if it was even possible to deny an update, but now more than ever, I was willing to test my compatibility. Error, detecting implant instability, forcing update to denied. ERROR implant is highly unstable. Compatibility reduced to 98%. Error, grade has degraded to gold IV. Compatibility has increased to 99.99%. I felt warmth flow down my nose, my vision blurring before everything became stable in my head, flowing away from the pain from the memories. They were so close, yet I was already losing them, like I'd already lost. I slid my hand onto Diana's arm, seeking that warmth, that fire. It was just like when I held her arm back at the club and noticed her bray shocker. I'd had a surge of action that day. I needed one now. Diana, I said calmly, you've had a rough day, right? Why don't you get some sleep? Maiden will wake us up when we need it. Your nose, she pointed out, concern growing in her eyes. I rubbed the blood onto my sleeve. It happens from time to time. Just need to relax. I saw her shuffle and adjust. Then her other hand moved to my arm and held it. Sorry, but could I just use this weird resonance for a bit to fall asleep? You can take my hand away if it's too distracting. I nodded. I needed it just as much as she did. Her fire burned. It attacked. I didn't need water right now. The last thing I wanted was to flow according to the vessel of my mind when it was stunting me. That fire let me cling to the desire. The pain. Diana was in pain, and it threw itself into me. Good. Let it feed me. How long did I wait for her to fall asleep? I wasn't keeping count, but I did know it came soon. She had had a tiring day, and I felt its weight become mine. Then, with my left hand, I reached for my pocket, where I had the remnants of my dreadwire mask. Almost in a blur, I soldered it together. It was cracked and non-functional, but it was a trigger. I wouldn't forget this time. Dreadwire wouldn't let me. I slapped it onto my face. These memories might have been Ripley Donovic's bane. But Dreadwire, they weren't mine. With calculating ease, I opened up the controls to the personality matrix and rolled its number down. Preservation matrix error. Highly recommend not to lower the output below. All the way down. Personality editor output, 0%. Diana Lillian rose. My eyes startled open from sleep when Ripley gripped my arm tightly enough that my skin broke. And I could tell something was wrong when his claws dug deep enough that blood trickled down my arm. I felt something change in him through soul resonance, the unconscious draw of my warp energy flowing into his arm. It was like life force leaving me, and to think that was what I was doing to others. I raised my voice. Ripley, are you okay? He stayed silent, his eyes in a trance I couldn't reach. Ripley? The trickles of his water tendency reached into me. What I felt had been a soothing river now felt like numbness. It spilled into me, my head growing weary and tired. I'd already been so fatigued from today. Rip, Lee. I shut my eyes for just 1 second, and they stayed shut. When they opened, Ripley's arm was off mine, and his dreadwire mask was on him. He breathed laboriously, and blood spilled down the cracks of his mask. A muffled voice broke through, cold and indifferent. "Diana, you're awake. Good. I am. What's happening?" I reached for the mask, but he pulled away. "Ripley's mind is fragile," he spoke in the third person, knotted up by both his touch and those around him. Unraveling it would shatter him, he'd die. Mentally, ego death. He would be another person entirely. A piece of the mask fell off, revealing a bloodshot eye with dilated pupils. Celine. That was the name of his first love. One he chose to forget, to erase the grief attached to the shadow of that love. Do not mention that name in front of him, but remember it. He will not remember me speaking to you. I doubt I will. We are one and the same, unlike Elsa's personas, but I am the piece of him that serves to act where his will falters. A second piece fell to the floor, but Dreadwire spoke to me. I see. Preservation Matrix is using meta-manipulation against me. The irony. Psyche will update as soon as I fade. It will forever entrench these memories deeper into that knot. As a result of my probing, should Ripley lose himself to the Matrix, there is only one thing I ask that you do. He took a deep breath, more fragments falling to the floor. That you take Starlight. She is the key, the anti-Matrix. But as long as she is attached to Ripley, she is under the binding of his implant and subconscious. You must steal her away. Otherwise, kill him. Kill us without mercy. Ripley is more dangerous than... The mask splattered to the ground, half as dust and the remaining as black metallic fragments. Ripley took deep breaths, then rested his head back against the wall. "Ripley?" I stammered, confused as all hell. What the fuck was that? What the fuck was what? He rubbed his nose, tiredly closing his eyes. You do not remember anything? I think I was starting to get it. Was I sleep-talking? He yawned. There was an incessant shivering all across his body. Sorry, I'm just really cold. Can I rest my head on you? Unsure, I nudged a little closer as his pale head tilted sideways. There was barely a draw of energy from him now, but the soothing water remained just as numb. Are you okay? Yeah, as good as I can be. He closed his eyes, his forehead plastered to my skin. He was snoring in seconds. What the fuck just happened? Besides being freaked out, I was now more sure that Ripley was on the insane side of the weird spectrum. From what I could tell, wearing the mask made him think he was a different person. His memory was actively faulty, and psyche. He had that feature. So had Tungwellisher. It made him think it was okay to crave human flesh. What the fuck was it doing to Ripley? Combined with a personality editor. Nothing good. It explained his memory faults and why Celine's name caused him to react weirdly, but Starlight, that was the name of his new AI construct. How the hell was I going to steal an artificial intelligence? Even as he snored away, I let him keep his head on my shoulder because I was scared of letting him bear that numbness alone. It had felt so choking. Slowly, it turned on me as well, and I couldn't help but let my mind slip back into the soothing cold of it. It was a welcome reprieve to my inner flame. Ripley, hey, you sleazy bastard, wake up! I was stormed awake by a familiar voice I'd longed to hear every night as I fell asleep, except tonight. Elsa nudged my chin up away from Diana's shoulder. The black and white hair of my girlfriend framed Midnight's scarlet eyes. Oh, fuck. Chapter 164, Chapter 31. Dream frames ad for the Syntex cephalopod. The future's not just digital, it's dream-coded. Wanna vibe in 20 streams at once? Join dance floors in 5 netscapes? The Syntex cephalopod dream frame makes it real. Neural latency from a neuroframe, gone. Just plug in and live loud, starting at bronze for just 299,999 Shardine. Reality is so last patch. The 14th of October 4:15 a.m. Ripley is in trouble. Ripley. Midnight had a calm look on her face before nudging her eyes at Diana, her appearance twisted to Lillian Rose's straight black hair. Who the fuck is that? Why the fuck is she copying my style? How do I explain this? Diana told me to keep it a secret. Diamante also told me to keep Starlight a secret. Why was today of all days was I being beholden to lying to my girlfriend? Her name is Lillian Rose. Uh-huh, she nodded along. Mind explaining why my boyfriend is laying his head on some girl he met at a homeless shelter? One that I thought we're going to visit together? Yeah, how did you get in anyway? I looked around. It was still dark outside. Don't turn this around on me. Midnight's crimson turned to violet eyes that struck genuine fear into my soul. But I snuck in, is the obvious answer. I've had daylight chipping away at the security for hours. I last saw Dreadwire's movement on the net heading in this direction, so I guessed you were stupid enough to come here alone. Now I'm questioning if you were alone. I was alone. I tried to frame myself correctly. Okay, let's start from the top. I came here, discovered that it turns out this is where a handy little friend of ours is undercover. Anissa is Maiden. Ring a bell. Elsa's violet eyes opened wide. Anissa is Maiden. I didn't know that. Explains why this Anissa had never been seen in person before. Only with a mask. If I knew you were on an assassination trip to Diamante's Shard Op, I wouldn't have sent you here. But with recent information, now I'm hoping Shirley hurt. Lillian Rose was sent by Diamante. We were talking and took a rest here. My head fell on her shoulder by accident. I said, honestly, I think. I didn't recall me sleeping on Diana's shoulder when we talked. I don't even recall how our talk ended. Uh-huh. Is that so? Red eyes replaced Elsa's violet. She then turned to Diana. Midnight hissed, "Wake up, you skank," and kicked Diana in the leg. Her eyes shot open, while the rest of her body was still very much looking like Lillian Rose. Her eyes had reverted back into silver in her sleep. Diana wasn't even done rubbing her eyes when Midnight glared down on her, taking apt note of the eyes as I scooted away. Midnight held my arm. "Oh, I see. Lillian Rose, are you?" Diana stared up at my girlfriend, confused, but nodded along. "Yes. Who are the same Lillian Rose that Daylight is searching for on the net? Let's see. First time the name pops up is last month. Hangs around a PI named Drider. Suspiciously investigates cases related to Soul Killer. Now, my little operator here says Diamante sent you. That steel-lobed idiot is in the 4th precinct currently, where a certain associate special investigator was last seen." Diana scooted a nervous eye at me. "Okay, let me explain some." Midnight's smile was too pleasing to be real. "Diana Ulrich, take off that gaudy wig and explain why you're here and why my boyfriend's head was on your shoulder." "Jones," Diana corrected. "Now Mirage. I was sent here by Diamante. We met and communicated to discover we wanted the same thing, which can only be attained here. As for why Ripley's head was on my shoulder, it's because I lent one for him as a friend. Free. And about my hair." Diana stood up, causing Midnight to take a back step as her silver eyes flickered with lightning dancing in them. "It's very much real. I asked Ripley to keep the fact that I could change my appearance a secret. Be glad you have a boyfriend who keeps the trust of others. Now, you better keep that to yourself, and not to you-know-who Mirage." Diana then sat down, giving a sly glance at me. I was afraid to return it. Instead, I put a comforting palm of Midnight's waist. Now, don't fight." To make a long story short, this is where we're fighting against the dog whistler and skeleton. Violet eyes snapped back into place. "Hold on, Maiden is. Since when? I thought dog whistler was my job." "Yeah, you're the one who told me Diamante and Missy kept secrets." I rasped. "Point of the matter is, nothing weird is going on here. Besides, the whole rehabilitating the unknowing thralls of the dog whistler and some children with dream frames forced on their heads." "Dog dream frames," Elsa said quietly, "as in intracranial neural interfacing frames? If you want to get pedantic about the name, yeah." "Oh, this is fucking bad," Elsa cursed. Yeah? Me and Diana said simultaneously. Elsa glared at both of us. It's, I'll tell you more later, Ripley, and only Ripley. That irked me. Sure, Elsa sighed. Whatever, I'll help. I happen to know a thing or two about deep neural interfacing. Just need to sneak Midnight into you. Midnight. And I thought you couldn't send your personas into me with the data sheet in place. I tapped my frame. I think I found a workaround, she shrugged. Was going to surprise you with it, but you disappeared. Oh, great. Starlight was still hanging around with Seraphim down in the workshop, but what if there were remnants? Maybe we should wait until later. Can't I have to leave now before Maiden figures out I'm here? There's a double-layered adaptive data shield here called Seraphim. That daylight is doing everything to keep eyes off me. I've only met Maiden once. Meeting didn't go well. And that data shield is the reason. Don't want to meet her again. Elsa bit on her lip. Well, I don't want to hurt Midnight. I can handle it. Red eyes hissed before untangling a wire from her arm and pointing it to my neck like a knife. Your frame. Oh, listen, I protested. Are you hiding something on your frame, Ripley Donovic? Midnight accused me with the one surefire phrase that could break any man. I'm not really. Just be prepared. I showed my frame to her. She leaned in and plugged herself in. Moments in, I felt the familiar presence of a persona in my head as Midnight faded from Elsa's eyes and joined my mind. Shadows crawled in my visuals. Midnight's dark form growing as she became a woman of living shadows with scarlet eyes. Huh. I expected there'd be more resistance from your pesky, huh? Ripley? What the fuck? Where'd your DS go? Yeah, let me explain. I didn't even need to call Starlight because suddenly I felt a third presence in my skull. This was a lot of weight. Starlight's voice boomed in my head, her fairy-like appearance crackling into my visual feed as Midnight stood in stunned silence. Oh, hey Auntie Midnight. I'm Starlight. It's nice to meet you. Oh, you must be why I kept feeling itchy for the last hour. Or was that anti-daylight? Starlight giggled before wrapping a golden weave into the air and forming a shape. It resembled a fishing pole. Look what I learned to do with Seraphim, Dad. I saw Elsa's mouth twitch as she observed the code fairy in our visuals. Starlight sent the hook through the air where it disappeared into a shining wall of glitches and code, then yanked out Daylight's bright and white disoriented form. Starlight grinned as she proudly showcased Daylight strung up on the fishing pole in a cocoon of golden silk. I traced your warp code in her hairpin to find her in reverse, engineered the fish hook to pull her out. See? I'm learning. Good job, I wheezed. I now had Foremans in my head. Diana looked closer into what I was assuming had to be a pained expression on my face. You all right, Ripley? Hey, back off from my boyfriend. Elsa stepped between us, placing her hand on my chin as she warily glanced at Starlight. Ripley? It appears like the worst-case scenario has occurred. Himiko's data shield is now an artificial intelligence, I know. I made her, even named her Starlight to follow in your footsteps. I pointed to Starlight with some pride. She waved back with a charming smile. Heya! Midnight was staying far away and snarling at my little pink construct abruptly. She disappeared out of view almost as though running out of my head in fear. From the safety of Elsa's body, Midnight spoke. You made her. What does that mean? Starlight coughed. I can answer that question myself. Thank you very much. According to my birth logs, I was formed from the information seed protocol gifted to Dad by Himiko, whose emulate data was made redundant, before a measure of Twilight's warp code was used to build upon an architectural framework that gives me a similar capability as your personas. From then, I absorbed featured data from my dad's implant, which allowed me to be born according to a personality setting he sought for most. Midnight turned to me. Come with me. We are dealing with this thing now, I protested, clutching Starlight in my hands. No, she's like a part of me. That's why she's so dangerous. Elsa now spoke, rubbing her head. If she's a part of you, that means she can Shingio. I know these things best. If Himiko had a hand in her creation, it's because she wanted you to have it. Well, I just won't do what she wants me to do then. I held Starlight close to my heart, which is Elsa's eyes were about to turn red. I could feel it. I puckered my lips, shooting a Neuralink message, so Diana wouldn't hear something about killing founders. Elsa's lip twitched. Ripley, I don't what's gotten into you right now, but let's fix it. Starlight is dangerous. She's the embodiment of a force that you cannot control. My personas took time and regulation to get where they are now. You would lecture me about shard operating. I can lecture you about the dangers of potentially creating a daemon. I agree with that sentiment to a degree. I spoke up. But as it stands, I need Starlight to. Brats, a stern voice yelled. Oh, great perfect timing, maiden. The old woman strolled up the stairs, still speaking. What on earth were the two of you taking so long for? Kids have been ready for removal about an hour. She froze at sight of my girlfriend, and Elsa hushed to herself before waving cordially. Hey, maiden. I was just visiting my boyfriend. Well, visitation time's over, Mirage. Maiden met her with the same icy fury she'd shown Dreadwire. I need him. So you can... For dream frames, right? Mirage stepped forward. I'll help. No cost. Volunteer work. Don't want you anywhere near Seraphim. Not after last time. Maiden grunted, waving her hand to me and Diana. I stood my ground. Let her help, Maiden. I doubt either you nor me are as experienced with situations like this as Mirage is. The bound daylight nodded vigorously at the edge of my view. Maiden stepped forward, crossing her arms as she scanned both of us. One of your personas and not daylight. Already had enough high-pitched nonsense with Starlight around Seraphim. So then, midnight? I looked at Elsa. She shook her head. Through the cord connecting our arms, a powerful black and white glow pulsed into me. My head throbbed. Even as daylight was sucked back in, as a different woman formed in my visuals. She was a regal queen of light and darkness, a shifting mask of the moon and sun upon her face. This was Elsa's net avatar in my head. Meanwhile, Elsa's real body was taken over by Midnight, scarlet eyes glaring at Maiden. We'll be leaving now, but Ripley, you're making up for the 3 heart attacks we've gotten today. Elsa's avatar, on the other hand, looked down upon Starlight. Now listen, I don't trust you, but I'm willing to trust in my boyfriend. But if you do anything, someone's scared they're getting replaced. Starlight snickered, poking Elsa in the cheek and recoiling when a black flame caught on her finger. Ow, I meant that as a joke. Elsa leaned down, her size dwarfing the fairy-like construct. You're going to do what I say, understand? Fine. With a moment of peace secured, I kissed Midnight goodbye, before also kissing Daylight goodbye. Then I carried 2 digital presences in my head while Diana and Maiden went ahead of us down to the workshop. The children were moved to a separate room than Dog Whistler's thralls, each of them laying on beds with large computers hooked up to the side of them as wires dug through holes in their metallic craniums. I counted 12 of them, each trapped in what could be a nightmarish simulation or forced into the deepest catacombs of the net. Maiden turned to a console, clicking a few buttons in the air. First things, we need to figure out what their implants can do. Seraphim can analyze them, but it'll take a moment. Elsa's avatar turned to me, speaking privately. You told Maiden you could read implants yet? I mentally whispered back to her. Nope, should I? I could do it for you guys? Starlight floated in the air between us. I mean, I was made from some data mimicry warp code, which automatically reads implant coded data, unless Mirage doesn't want me to. Elsa eyed Starlight for a while before reluctantly nodding. Sighing, I turned to Maiden. Starlight has that capability, can do it pretty quickly. Maiden raised a gray eyebrow. Well then, get it done. Starlight grinned, glitching out of view as my head felt immediately lighter. In moments, a pink light overtook the console and spread as a glow over several dream frames. Starlight apparated on a screen, a proud grin as she showcased a list of various implant data. They were all tier 0, which made sense considering the time frame. But there was a certain pattern. Each and every single child had the database and data weaving features on bronze implants. And from their update histories, Maiden scowled. All of them are being subjugated to data shield creations and memory overwriting. Looks like Orthodox Metal Heavens were planning to send these children into other groups. But why do they need such extensive data shielding? Elsa frowned, appearing on the console. Not just any data shielding, intra-shielding. A separate barrier within the mind to hold another consciousness prisoner while keeping them concealed. That would explain why they need dream frames. A normal neuroframe can't withstand the overload of several minds. I had to say something about that. You girls certainly didn't mind stuffing my head with your presences. Elsa glared as though I'd insulted her. Me and Starlight are running on a reduced output. As for an actual person's mind, you can't just shrink it unless they're an avatar as advanced as I am. Not without damaging them, but it doesn't make sense. These data shields would take years of updates to be able to hold a separate person in them, unless it's not a person. Maiden's eyes widened at that statement, but I remained confused. Oh shit, Seraphim. Scan the content of the dream frames themselves invasively. Forget about keeping them sedated. Diana took a step closer to the rows of children, sweat prickling at her skin. Seraphim's globe-like figure expanded, wings spreading in detailed lines of codes coursing along their feathers. Starlight approached, aiding Seraphim as a golden hue expanded over the scanning. Oh, language, I muttered. And what's bad? Maiden took a deep breath, clicking a large button labeled Emergency Disconnection. These children aren't being sent as spies. They aren't even meant to live long. Seraphim word. Error. Unable to disconnect without causing fatal damage to the subjects. Will someone explain what's happening? Diana hastened, her black hair unraveling into silver as panic took over her. Because I can feel something inside those computers. Maiden rubbed her eyes, seething through a clenched jaw. Look, we have two choices. Either we let these kids die so this entire place doesn't blow up, or we send Mirage and Starlight to keep those things contained. What things? Even I felt something odd now, something waking up within the computers along each children's side. Elsa took a deep breath even though she was made of code. Digital mall seeds, malware. Chapter 165. Chapter 32, Outbreak Abyssnet Vortexi Forum Post. The Delver's Guide to Malware Hunting, so you are doing it. Committing to a full deep dive past the limited faculties of your neuroframe's net access and creating an avatar to explore the depths of the net. This little handy guide of mine is to talk about one specific threat you'll face, the mal, and more specifically, malware. Dive deep enough, and you'll find them no matter how much the framework and neocore sentinels try their best to eliminate them. Fortunately for you, Massachusetts, lair hunting is a lucrative business if you are willing to share the warp code you harvest off them. Now, step 1 is to ensure you are only connected to whatever netport you are using for the dive. Do not stay connected to your fridge, lighting, or anything, or else the malware could creep through your tether and become a gear glutton by corrupting those appliances and slaughter you in the physical world, while your avatar suddenly has to deal with the fact that it no longer has a brain feeding it warp energy. It is a slow death, and a painful one. You can never escape. Now, while we're on this topic, let's discuss the 3 variants of malware. Data devourers. These mal are the ones you should be facing off. You'll find them in various forms. Sometimes animalistic, other times as living embodiments of stuff. Really, they can be anything. You'll want a great data shield to act as a buffer, because if they hurt you and draw warp code off your avatar, they'll heal from any damage you put on them while growing stronger. Fractured, rare. But sometimes, you'll find someone who's been turned into a digital mal by way of suffering too much damage to their implant. This is why you don't overexert your implant past its limits, gear gluttons. This is the form malware takes when they inhabit a physical form. Upload them into any tech, and they'll rearrange its structure, like magic, to become the mal we all know and hate, breachers. I know, I said. We'll be discussing 3, but breachers are by all means a rumor. They're the supposed malware created by fragments of the all-seeing breaching out of the net. Some say that they can take over an adapter's body and even pretend to be them. It is probably all bullshit. But hey, sounds cool. The 14th of October 4:32 a.m. Diana children, being hosts of other consciousnesses made to turn into malware, it was Soul Killer all over again, but this time in warp code form. I said my words quickly, electricity tingling through my aching body. We're not letting them die. Maiden met my eyes, then nodded before turning to Starlight and Mirage. One of you needs to safely return the children's minds back into their brains. Remove all neural connections on a software level from the frames. The other needs to move all the mall seeds too. She scrounged under cabinets and yanked out a cube, quickly hooking it up to the console. To this containment unit. From what we're seeing, it's iron malware with a few bronzes. Seraphim will keep them asleep in here, but I can't send her into those frames without risking her becoming malware. Starlight nodded excitedly. Oh, I'll put their minds back in their number, Mirage interrupted. I'll handle that. It's fine surgery that takes experience, and I'm still silver. Starlight's gold. She'll be the least likely to be corrupted if she handles the seeds directly. Rubbing her face, Maiden turned to me and Ripley. You two disconnect every piece of tech, not vital to those kids. Physically, I'll create a local data shield isolating them into this room, but you two have the most important job. Ripley already sprinted into motion. Reaching for various scanners and cameras in the rooms with his claws, they shot out of him with thin golden wires, and in moments rendered them inert. Hastily, I shouted, Can I overload them? No. Even destroyed tech can still be used if a part of it is connected to the mainframe. You have to sever into physical access points. Maiden's arm burst into wires as her mind disappeared into a realm of code. Ripley called for me. You can feel electricity, right? Just snap anything connected to an outlet. So just like when I went paranoid over being spied on in my own house, I cast my senses around. There were so many outlets. Any one of those could allow malware to burst free into the physical world. Ripley Elsa shouted in my ear as I tore out a soldering iron from its port. Shit! One's awakening! I cleaved the mind back into their brain, but the frame's corrupting. Disconnect it! A shift of visuals in my lenses, oriented to point at a dream frame's central computer sparking with iron light. With my claws sharpened, I sprinted over and tore out the wires. As the metal of the computer began to melt, frighteningly quick, the various components of it shifted and condensed into an insect-like shape. Wires formed musculature, metal segmented, and every leg formed into a sharp claw. It pounced towards me, the birthed malware immediately being driven by predatory instincts. I whacked it away, its metallic carapace denting as it bounced across the floor. Don't let it touch any tech, especially not the other frames, Elsa shouted, and the insectoid robot almost seemed to want to prove why that was the case. It flung itself into an unused operating bed, iron veins growing over everything metal and ripping free as the insect tripled in size. Diana landed over it, electricity storming in her arm, and sent a dangerous overload of lightning into it. The malware burst to scrap, and the various components of it bubbled into molten goo with a few iron shards left in. Shit, Elsa shouted. There's like 40 of them here, a few bronzes too. Starlight, they're very hot to touch. I'm doing my best. I got 4 in containment. I heard them shout using my head as a communication highway, while I got to tearing shit apart. Metal flew to the ground, and I quickly moved from one piece of tech to the other. Biomonitors, shard operating tools and chairs, especially the combat shardware connected into analysis consoles and other outlets. Camera! Starlight pointed me to a camera, melting down as it sucked wires from the wall and turned into a snake-like monster of metal. If I had my arachnodyne, I could have torn half of this place apart in a minute. Instead, I shot my live wire claws into it before it could infect something else. I yanked it into my grip, stomping my foot onto it as I ripped it in half. Attack their core, Ripley, Diana shouted, as she shot electricity into various mechanisms and tore them out without a touch. She was telekinetic too? But yeah, core. I felt it. A vibrant node of iron settled right behind the lenses it took from the camera. I sent a claw through the glass and speared into it. The malware immediately began to melt. With my thoughts thrown around in every direction, I multiplied them. Thought multiplier. Shardware X frequency sync Diana 1 second. Ripley had torn a metal snake in half. The next he zipped halfway across the room with his claws and took out another malware as it began to form. He moved inhumanely, crouching low and bursting forward with startling motion as metal flung into the air. Diana! Starlight boomed from a nearby speaker. All the scrap on the floor? Collect it! Also, destroy the speaker. Pretty plea. I listened immediately, sending a shock from my hands into the speaker and commanding it to fall down. Then, I called it into my hands, before extending my electromagnetic domain through the entire room. There was a lot of scrap on the floor, and it was growing rapidly at the pace Ripley was working at. If a malware awakened and touched even discarded metal, it would assimilate it, circuitry or not. As much as I wanted to unleash electricity into everything around me to call it up, there were too many kids here trapped within their inert bodies. They'd die. So I reached for the metal I'd already charged and sent it flowing across the room. It was slow and took a lot from my mind. But when they touched another piece of scrap, it connected my telekinesis to it. Slowly, I began to condense them into a ball. Soul resonance keyvered my attention behind me as a dog-like malware burst from a refrigerator I'd missed. Ripley tackled it moments before it could impact me, his leg powering a sudden burst of force that crushed its torso-contained core. He tossed its remnants back towards me, and I quickly pulled them into the growing sphere of metal. "Ripley, what's the progress looking like?" I shouted out loud. Elsa got back to me quickly. "Only 3 kids left. Starlight's moved about half of the mall seeds into the cube, and I'll join her as soon as I'm done." Starlight then appeared in my view. A large fishing pole much bigger than her body holding a strung-up octagonal shape of fizzing iron code. Turns out, I'm a natural at this. She poked the malware in her grasp. It snapped out of its seed looking like an octopus as my head shrieked in pain. "Did you just awaken a malware inside my head?" "Oops," Starlight chimed before poking the malware again. In an instant, it evaporated into thin lines of muted gray. "There it's all." "Wait, you can destroy them?" I rasped, my eyes burning. "Forget about containing them. Destroy them." "Oh, okie dokie." Starlight disappeared from my view, and quickly I sensed one wild frequency of code snapping away after another. "Wait!" Elsa screamed in my head. "Don't have her interact with," Starlight screamed. And I called the fishhook immediately to see her gripping the arm of a bronze mantis, like shape of malicious warp code, that she was trying to fling away. She had a cut on her finger. It was already healing, but there was an unmistakable golden light flickering in the mantis body. That gold shattered along with the bronze, and silver was born as a result. The mantis howled, a greater insight bearing in its gaze as it turned to look at me. It was in me. Starlight weaved a golden net over the mantis, trying to fling it out of my body, but instead, it shrunk and wormed deeper in. I shivered. Something deeper than flesh inside of me felt twisted as silver veins erupted on my left claw. I fought back with an eradicating pulse of gold, but a change had already occurred. My left ring finger sprouted legs like a centipede. The launch mechanism activated without me, telling it to, sending the corrupted finger up into roof, where it crawled away like a pesky spider before tearing off the live wire connecting it to me. Then it snuck into a vent. Oh fuck. Pulling up a map, that vent was connected to the room where Dog Whistler's thralls were contained. There was a lot of combat shardware in there. My arachnodyne was there. Elsa shouted in my ear. "You too? Get that malware. If it kills any of the bodies there, it could create more of its kind. We're almost done containing the rest. Leave it to us." Diana turned to me, but I had already shoved the door open. Hurrying up the staircase, I hooked my claws into the above railings and shot up into the next level. When I burst through the door, there was a clump of metal growing in size. Maiden shielding discs, shriekstone-based shardware, and my arachnodyne was feeding into that growing sludge of metal that hardened. It resembled a monkey, but with 4 tails. 4 tails made of my fucking limbs. Diana had just barreled through the door behind me when I'd activated Hypermend. I was tearing what was mine off its stupid body. Diana Ripley had thrown himself above the numerous bedded patients when I entered, his gold accelerating at a pace I'd seen only once before. The R0N1N, his limbs buckled and tore into the half-sludge ape-like Mal, metal tossing to the floor as he unleashed a razing assault from his claws like a wild beast. I moved into position, grabbing my Lijo and charging it up. I waited for an opening as Ripley dodged under a tail whip from 4 directions with frightening precision. Then I shot. The blue streak struck into the Maul's arm, and I tugged at it with my domain. It snapped free like I wasn't even there. Silver energy unmoved, resolute, and hardened, like Earth. I'd never seen Ripley so pissed off before. He moved maniacally as he bounced off the wall and struck a kick into the Mal's side. A gray haze interrupted his blow, and I felt a wrapping of electromagnetic force toss him aside. Two tails scythed from opposite directions to pincer him, a death blow. I switched weapons. Ripley fast as I could be, I had a serious lack of weaponry. No arachnodyne, no chain blades, and my SMG was never going to get through that malware's plating. Only my claws were effective. But this was a silver grade. Just one grade below the one that tore our club apart. As for its tier, I had to guess it was tier I. But a mal was never fit to compare against a human. Two of my own arachnodyne struck from my sides, but then a thunderous blow impacted it from the back. It was like a shotgun blast that crumpled through its back and flung its weight onto me. We impacted a wall, and barely milliseconds passed before fangs mercilessly aimed to rip into my throat. I lodged my fingers in between, hearing the scrape of metal blur out my raging heartbeat as I dragged the claws down. Its jaw and gullet. Malware weren't built according to engineering. They were chaotic mechanisms that perverted all sense and logic to just be machines of predation. I tore out down to its abdomen, what would have been fatal for a human. But before I could grab its core, a sonic barrage of weight and pressure slammed me into a wall. I engaged my knees' mantis blades, keeping me upright as blood trickled down my ears and vertigo tilted my sense of space. My ears were ringing. I wasn't sure what attack was coming next, but I felt electricity burn into my shardware. The mechanical ape was torn off me, Diana yanking it by one of its tails. A second one dug into her leg, a third pierced her arm, and the fourth went for her head. I dove myself right into that mess, just barely keeping her from dying as it instead pierced my left forearm. Electricity consumed me and fed me a bright rage. One I wielded wholeheartedly as I cracked the flooring beneath us with a violent sonic pulse. We crashed back into the wall, and I switched modules. Hammer module selected. 2B overclock. Some of Diana's fire remained in me, and that was what I needed. My fist cracked into its chest, then again and again as long as its shielding was inactive. I punched so hard. The wall behind us broke even though its body hadn't, and we barreled down into the staircase. Its tails flipped us over, leaving me stuck in the rubble before Diana came launching in again as she wrapped her arms around its neck and sent a shock of lightning through it. That lightning surged into me as well, but I let it spark my nerves into action. With her still gripping it, I leveraged my strength to tear one its arms off and throw its body away. Its claws palmed the concrete of a wall. Before that haze encroached over its body as a veil, then it glided up the surface, like the wall was made of ice. It curved around the roof and struck from its tails, javelin-like shots with thin gold wiring launching down at us. Diana took one of them through her forearm while dodging the other. Hypermind let me swerve against both. That was my fucking signature attack. Thought multiplier. Arachnodyne. X-monkey. I didn't know a whole lot about monkeys other than when I watched Tarzan with Elsa, but just being able to visualize their capabilities helped. It sure moved like one long limb stretching it across the staircase as we half-chased it and evaded it. Swinging around a railing, Diana took what had to be the third arm impaling and shocked it once more. That was the moment its shielding went offline. I struck it with my claws, digging into its chest, but without even moving, its body glided backwards. The fuck was this? Some zero-friction movement appliance of Shriekstone? I had to figure that out. Another sonic wave erupted from its body. My ears were already ringing enough, but Diana flinched back, and its shielding returned. We were both in terrible shape, exhausted, and facing an enemy that didn't care how much we damaged it. Wires and plating refit to mold over all its wounds. But we wouldn't stop. Diana, seriously, what the fuck was this thing made out of? What was Ripley made out of to be able to actually dent it? My arms sealed up and my ears stopped bleeding soon enough, but he charged through even with mangled limbs. The higher the grade of the mal, the more intelligent it was. Now I could see it. Irons and bronzes rarely had a preservation instinct, but this silver dodged and used the railings of the staircase to better reposition itself. I could barely keep track of it, especially when it started skating on the walls. Not to mention those tails. They were Ripley's arachne. I recognized that now, and were more than capable of ripping us to shreds. He launched 5 of his fingers out as it began to glide over the roof, successfully hooking 2 of them in and halting it as those bladed mantis-like legs secured him in place. "Electrocute my wires now!" he screamed, and I took charge, literally shocking my body as I grabbed the golden wires and sent a storm of electricity into them. Ripley screamed, but whatever I'd done gave his wires the strength to pull the mal towards us. Reacting, I shot up and met it halfway, grabbing onto one of its tails and pulling the opposite direction. It snapped right off, and I charged it in a familiar fashion. The damned thing was already striking against Ripley, so I launched the javelin right into it. It staggered back as scrap blew out from the impaling impact, and Ripley grabbed the arachne javelin and pulsed his energy through it, immediately causing it to change shape and turn its tip into a blade. He dragged it down and deep into the mal's body, to where I sensed the core was by, its navel. But a vicious thrashing launched him aside as one of his arms tore off, coughing blood. I released all the force of the kinetic impacts I'd been taking into one last burst of movement as my energy faded to embers. I yanked the impaled limb and seethed out a cold gust of air as I turned my body heat into the last bit of electricity I could and commanded it to slice the blade just several inches deeper. The beastly machine tried to snap at me, but light faded from it halfway. A good thing, because I was already falling onto my knees as my blood went cold. Metal bubbled and frothed around me. As the worst day ever finally came to an end, Ripley, oh, thank fuck that thing was dead, just barely nudging myself forward on sparking knees, I got ample sight to view the mal's disintegration. From head to toe occurred an instant generation of instruction from the warped metal as it lost shape and purpose, melting away. And my arachnodyne melted with it. Those beautiful angular joints all became synonymous to silver-colored sludge, and my throat held back a gut-torn scream. My heart would need to be replaced after this, as only the live wire, a few silver shards, and a pristine orb remained after all was said and done. I slapped my hand onto the sludge, Diana groaning as bits of it splashed onto her. "Do you fucking mind, man?" She rolled away from me. I just had my damn heart and soul melt in front of my eyes. "Okay," I protested, collapsing onto my knees. "Then build a new one," she groaned so easily. "You have an idea how much it cost to make it," I shouted, grabbing my broken left arm, and I didn't even have the energy left to repair it, so I just tossed it away. Oh, this day fucking sucked. You're telling me. Diana met my gaze with tired silver? I'm not telling anyone, you bitch. I let my head fall into my knees, breathing steadily. Okay, Ripley, here's what you're gonna do. You're gonna build new and better shardware, one that a damn monkey can't break. This is why having a sim is better, she said in delirium. Yeah, I'd rather have holes in metal than flesh. Unlike you, some people have sanity. I retrieved my broken arm up to her as evidence. I can just slap this back on. A bitter laugh of challenge echoed through her lips. True, but I can tear it off with my mind and zaps, she said with a hint of pride. Did you do any of that with the fucking monkey? Not exact. Point proven. I finished, resting my body on the floor as I collapsed next to her, her silver eyes reflecting my wounded expression perfectly to show just how pathetic I looked at the moment. Like I was having a tantrum. I coughed, trying to swallow some of the shame I'd brought upon me. Besides, ... it was a family heirloom. It was my grandfather's. And my mom helped me make them, the arachnodyne. She looked contemplative. Her eyes barely opened before she smiled and gave the tiniest laugh. Arachnodyne? Is that what you call it? I like the name, but can't say I blame you in that case. Just wish I could have seen what you could do with it. Oh, you will. I hurried on, doing anything to keep my mind off the loss. Mark II is coming right up. Baby. Faster and stronger. Just don't let any monkeys steal it. Diana chuckled through her exhaustion. Yeah, and you better get some actual fucking armor on you. I grumbled, before conceding to give her some praise. But good fight. You're not half bad. Your ass kept on needing saving Donovic, she pointed out, a drowsy roll of her eyes following. Does that count for our exchanging who saves who? My ass was missing half of my weaponry. Besides, I threw myself in there just as much as you did to protect your ass. I guess I can give you that much, she sighed, before a hint of amusement came through in her smile. Yeah, good fight. Not half bad yourself. Then, for no reason at all, we both began laughing. Chapter 166. Chapter 33. Recovery the 14th of October 727, A.M. Diana Ripley was still in a foul mood about losing his arachnodyne. And I was begging for rest. I'd gotten permission from Maiden to call Dryder over to pick me up, as long as he stayed far away from anything here. She'd heard about him from Diamante. This day had been going on for way too long. I was itching to finally get some proper shut-eye on a bed. So, Maiden had a pile of shards collected on her side as Ripley grumbled to himself. I ain't one for discounting your hard work, but as it stands, I lost a lot of functional equipment, and so have you. Ripley only tiredly nodded, his eyes seeming detached as they flicked around on what had to be a digital field only he could see. Maiden jabbed between his eyebrows to force his gaze on her. Now, this is a complicated process, and we still need to have the dream frames properly excised. I can sell the parts for a good profit, but the issue is finding a buyer who won't use it for something like this again. Now, you two did good. I'll fix up your shardware, and you can pick it up tomorrow, Nig. Number, Ripley drawled. I'll fix it myself. No reputable shard op lets another touch their work. A hint of a smile drew upon Maiden. This was fascinating for me to witness. I always knew shard operators had their own little culture going. Well, I can restore plenty of what was lost. You know that's a specialty for me. So truth is I don't need all these shards. I'm willing to part with 2 of the 4 silver shards. Nah. Ripley's eyes suddenly sharpened. I want the implant. Keep the shards. That implant is what I need. Maiden rasped air from her lungs before nodding and turning to me. As for you, you're a shard operator. What's your clientele? Fine young gals like yourself with enough shardine to spend? She smiled. Good enough for me. Might make a visit, I said, before my eyes fell on greedy little Donovic. Unless you've got a better deal, Ripley. His eyes met mine, and then he smirked. Come with me. Surprised, I stood up and followed as he walked out into the exit of the cargo depot. The morning light was peering through, and there was a certain brilliance in the way it reflected across his eyes. Out here, he met my gaze confidently before speaking. I'll do whatever modifications you need, if I get access to your body. Lightning sparked in my fists. Ripley, oh fuck. I had to rephrase myself quickly. Before she could pound my head in, I reverbalized. What I mean is that I want access to your body parts. Remember that whole skin blood thing? I, may or not have a way to incorporate them into shardware. I was talking about, of course, the Goliath nanites, which could turn organic matter into inorganic, and had a particular reaction to mutated flesh. She stopped, but I sensed she was a single twitch away from tearing my replacement limbs apart. Elucidate. Okay, fine, I groaned before deciding to reveal it. We were already deep in shit together. Remember how you broke me out of prison? How I escorted an unfairly accused citizen out? Yes, she corrected. Well, truth is, I was hiding. From the R0N1N, I explained. I may or may not have accidentally contained military tech from Yuzhou that is a super secret potential weapon of mass destruction. The very reason we broke into that place. So I assumed he had plenty of reason to want to. Take it back from me, but that whole debacle is solved now. Point of the fact is, it's still in me. And you didn't think to use it while we were being assaulted by a damn Mal? She folded her arms and her gaze turned so easily scrutinizing and judgmental. I can't. Exactly because I don't know how to. Or haven't gone down that path yet. Nanites. I have nanites in me. Like the ones in med sprays? Not exactly, they're much tinier. So tiny they can even fit into my red blood cells. But the reason why they're so dangerous is that they kinda turn organic matter into inorganic components for them to use. Diana looked at me, not understanding. Well, look, I have a certain additional power to be very good at incorporating warp materials into shardware. Effectively, I can turn your cells into a gold-grade warp material that I will begrudgingly let you name and utilize for your own means. If I get to do the same, she stared at me with her jaw opening slightly, lightning fraying within her terrifying eyes that bore through me. You know what? Fine, but I need you to. Good, because I might have already collected a lot of blood and flesh that the mal tore off. I sighed from relief. A punch came my way, Diana. I stopped my punch at the last second, a gritted breath releasing instead. That's the last time you do that. Ripley took a nervous step back. Yep, sorry about that. You were saying? I reached into my pocket, pulling out the bug with the titanium mutagen inside of it. I tossed it over to him. You study implants, right? He looked at the iron bug, confused. I explained. That Donovic is a bug with Soul Killer's mutagen. I don't know the process behind it, but he uses it to infect dead bodies, turns them into fractured malware. He guessed. And how is this mutagen administered? By a red vial containing red flowers? He guessed. Again? Red spider lilies? I expanded. How do you know that? Because it's how Dog Whistler and Skeleton are turning homeless people into malware as well. All along I thought it was a warp code mechanism, but now I know that it's a mutagenic mechanism. He gulped. So then, Soul Killer knows a lot about implants. Far as I know, they're a fanatic about them. Bugs too? I don't know about that, but Soul Killer, I wouldn't put it past them. I tossed out. If you have some way to study the implant and I guess make progress with it, then can you send it to me? Yeah, he took a deep breath. Guess I become a geneticist after today. Thanks. And if you become anything even shy of a genius then? I stayed silent, unable to voice my thoughts. Can you help me with Anthony? Anything. I'm already a genius, he chuckled. You'll get your anti-soul killer weapons. Just give me time to figure this out. His eyes then held that mischievous light of wanting more. It was sort of endearing. The way he absorbed everything that came his way. Maybe even some of their notes or whatever. I smiled. If there was anything I wanted Soul Killer to suffer, it was turning their work against them. I'll keep that in mind. Soon, I got a message from Dryder. I'm turning into the parking. I think I see you. Well, looks like my ride's here. I sighed, almost feeling like it had come too soon before Ripley took a sudden step towards me and hugged me with his singular metal arm. It was a fairly gentle and chaste hug, one that felt cooling to me. Stay safe. He patted my shoulder, already turning around before I could say anything. Ripley hypermined Alpha was on, its dying breaths, and I knew Diana had some strange sensitivity to warp energy, so I made skin contact with her. Enough that in that one moment she'd be confused by the sudden movement and lost under my water tendency. So I could prick her ever so lightly with a needle that bypassed every nerve of her forearm. Not to draw blood, but to inject a singular nanomachine. She was like me, possessing a fragment from the source shard of change. And now that I knew that mutagen could be used to alter bugs, hers was the best bet at being compatible with my own manipulation. Stay safe. I patted her shoulder, quickly turning around as I reached for a module. Insight module selected. To be analyzed. Network the network aspect of it kept me tethered to the nanomachine as it coursed through her body, and I gave it commands through theta-based protocol. Nanomachine reprogramming. Hide in a blood cell. Repopulate your count as needed, and congregate near her subdermal frame. Connect to it. It would be a matter of luck and timing for the machine to do its work. But the next time we met, I'd have plenty of data about her mutations, as well as a portal to her frame's working. A portal to the CO information like that was worth gold. Diana Drider was just the same the last time I saw him. Messy hair and a long trench coat with enough gunk on his stubble that it overshadowed the dull smell of the usual alcohol smell. Were you drinking and driving? Number, he said unconvincingly. I was drinking and waiting for you, so I could be a drunk passenger princess. Oh, you asshole. I sighed, my hair turning black and my skin graying as I sat inside. I've had the shittiest day of my life, and so you admit you can have shittier days than when Soul Killer. Shut your fucking mouth. I revved the car. At least tell me you managed to find something worthwhile on Soul Killer while I was in New Houston. As a matter of fact, he took a deep swig of his bottle before continuing. All the leads we've been focusing on, I found the common thread, a Syntech meat lab. Meat lab? I reversed out of parking. What does a meat lab have anything to do with Soul Killer? Get this, remember that farm thing you were kept under? Some of the cattle there regularly had their flesh torn out and sent over to this lab for cloning. Meat spliced and grown into slabs of bulky, nutritious food only the rich get. But you know what else they sent? Malflesh? Bingo? He chuckled, drinking some more. So, I looked around a bit more, pulled some favors, and wouldn't you know it, one of the big guys straight up contacts me and sends a whole load of juicy secrets out. This lab gets a whole lot of meat from a whole lot of animals. And turns out they're testing out using mal-derived mutagen into their food to make it more, well, consumable. I braked the car so hard that it skidded. Are you telling me that Soul Killer has been putting their mutagen into the public's food? Not yet, Drider grinned. Not if we stop them. But going after a fucking corporation, I didn't think Soul Killer was that crazy. This is the thing. Syntech knows about Soul Killer's plans. They're working with him? I don't know for sure. That's what we need to figure out. Strange thing about this job, though. We have to do it on a specific day. 25th of the month. A specific day. Why? Guy who gave me the info told me as much, said, we break in before. Syntech kills us. Break in after, we find nothing. Break in right then. Syntech will let us walk right through. Only thing he wanted in exchange for the info is the Meat Lab Nexus's dead body. The Nexus? Dead body? I didn't like the sound of that. Who is this guy anyway? The one sending you all this? Drider finished his bottle, tossing it out the window before grunting, Mr. Skeleton. Skeleton? I was really losing a hold of driving. But aren't they both part of the Uncaged? That's what I thought too. Drider put his legs on the dashboard. Apparently they ain't as close as I thought they were. I took a deep breath. This wasn't making sense. Shit, we're really doing a job for Mr. Skeleton. Pick your poison. Drider pulled out a second bottle from his car door. I know. An idea came into my mind. Hey, this is a pretty big job. What would you say if I called in a few friends? I would say, when did you make friends? He snapped a cork off. Jackass, I'm just saying. Some friends who have experience breaking into a corporate institute. I trailed on. Stop speaking in riddles. He gulped half the bottle in one go. Or else I'll fall asleep. Dreadwire and Mirage. I looked at him intently, and he let out a thin grin, Ripley sitting alone. I looked at Elsa's avatar, who was a little worse for wear. So, you trust Starlight now? No, Elsa answered, but at least she was honest. And it makes sense now, why she could destroy a Mal so easily. Why? Because she's made from the firewall, Ripley. Your data shield is just a slice of it, made to destroy Mals. Elsa paced in the air. Then why did she get hurt so easily? Because the firewall isn't a damn emulect. It doesn't think like a human. It doesn't make mistakes that aren't programmed into it. Starlight's vulnerable and unstable. At Tier I, even you got an arm hurt from irons. Starlight's the same. Except in her case, the Mal absorbs a part of her and becomes so much more powerful because of what she's made from. Gold? Himiko? Elsa corrected. Amaterasu. The very reason why Twilight needed to be reset. Don't forget that. Somewhere deep inside Starlight is coding so complex that even if I spent 10 years looking at, I wouldn't make heads or tails of it. But to her, it's instinctual to modify it. Not to mention how you fetter bits of yourself. That's like putting a gun into your enemy's hand and aiming it at your forehead. Hey, calm down. I reached out to touch her. My hand only phased through her digital body. I get it. You have some really bad memories about the firewall. Let's take a step back and work through this together. Starlight needs a teacher, and you could— No, Ripley, she shook her head. I love you, but something like that isn't safe. I can't do that to you. I can. Safely isolate her from you. Maybe even leave enough that she can return in a different form, but Starlight is just a problem. She's not a problem. She's important to me, to my plans, to my mother. I made her while thinking about someone who could be there for me and my mother. We don't need to make her into some badass data-delving powerhouse. I'd be fine just having an assistant of sorts. I tried to rationalize it. Ripley, she paused. This is the kind of thing that's incoming message from Diana. Hey, I know we just said goodbye, but, you want to run a job on the 25th? Elsa flicked her eyes at the message. You're running missions together now? Nothing like that. We just made a mutually exclusive deal to help one another out. I scrolled as I read through the message. Oh, fuck. Another corporate raid on a meat lab against Soul Killer and from Skeleton? So you willing to help, or do I need to sweeten the deal? Oh, the audacity of this bitch, Elsa shouted. 250,000 Shardine good? I froze. While not R0N1N levels of payout, that was certainly a good deal. Also, yeah, might need your girlfriend too. That fine. Like I'd let go with you without me. Elsa strangled the message. You are not having a fucking work wife, Ripley. You already work with me. I smirked. You jealous? She barked, but I reached out and let out a faint pressure of warp code. I knew she'd be able to feel to pull her close to me. I know things have changed a lot, but you're still the girl I love. She eased in my arms, sighing. I expect a lot of cuddles to make up for this. You'll get them, I promised, before stretching my limbs up and turning open the scarp yard as shardware components pulsed to life in the air around me. 11 days. That wasn't a whole lot, but I bet I could make some decent progress. A new arachnodyne, repairs to my limbs, my mask. Dreadwire basically had to be remade from the ground up. I shrugged. It was a loss of Shardine, but it was also a chance to better mold the mercenary to my vision. I'd been making subtle changes and repairs over time, but maybe an overhaul was what I needed, especially if I wanted to make ample use of Shardweave. What else? Honestly, I think I had some permanent ear damage from that monkey. There was a slight ringing noise, and my sense of balance was a bit off. Then, I had to take my frame into account. Starlight was running on less than half of her total output. And now I wagered I needed to be able to have both her and one of Elsa's personas in my head at the same time. A better neuroframe. My eyes caught the large wires Maiden and I had pried from brain folds. Dream frames? It was possible to compact them. But the question was, should I? Missy was going to pick me up later today, and I had the day off from Anderson at the cost of a deduction of today's salary. So, I had some time to kill before I could get back home. Elsa stared as I reached for my goggles and popped them over my eyes to trigger-alter, ego. My hair shed from black into snow white. As it grew messy, I pulled a lab coat over my shoulders, and the skin of my face turned to black cloth that wrapped tightly over my skull. The Ripper now, it was time to bring about excellence to Dreadwire. Chapter 167, Uncaged Interlude. There only needs to be the 15th of October, 2:40 a.m., Mr. Skeleton Steel Tigers. They were a joke. Mr. Skeleton knew that wholeheartedly when Metal Heavens told him that the Tigers were the ones to be trusted with the dream frames. It was laughable, but it was exactly why they were the perfect choice. Idiots like them would get a fancy piece of tech in their hands and suddenly think they were in the big leagues. It was at that moment That final step to achieving your goal that you were most desperate, most malleable. Leaning down, he saw a single piece of scrap on the floor, a part of a gun barrel. Merely gracing it with his fingers brought upon a breeze of knowledge, whispers of information as the world shattered, and in those cracks bled secrets out from him to squeeze. This power had been well worth killing Serafina for. Diamante, he was here. Once they were called brothers. Even then, he'd rejected that term. And it wasn't just Diamante. There were light indentations of footprints in line with the Syntech boots used for special intelligence operatives. One was heavy despite its small size. Another was lighter but bigger, and there was a thin presence in the air. Pollen, not the kind used by Soul Killer, but still mutated. That left very few special investigators, but there was a better reason why he knew Diana Ulrich was here, along with Bell Rockfell. It was plastered all over the net. The obvious nature of it didn't quench his curious application of his deductive abilities, because there was always more to discover. The children here had been shipped by the river downstream, and the malware seeds within their dream frames would no doubt awaken as soon as they plugged into a mainframe to the net. He'd get a signal, except none had come. So that means they were sent to an isolated location, someone with a silver implant, either with data weaving capabilities to manifest a strong data shield containing the malware, or in the presence of an adaptive data shield that could interfere with the signal. Knowing Diamante, it would be sent to a shard operator capable of restoring people to their old selves that left Maiden. And with that old remnant came one other source of power. Seraphim. It was ironic that he had so much of Serafina's power, but lacked that woman's core masterpiece. Skeleton and Maiden never liked each other from the first day. She'd said to Old Hammer that it was a mistake to take him in. So, Maiden was still in New California, or perhaps she'd returned. It must have had to occur shortly after his reigns on Little Requiem had been secured. Mirage had been quiet lately, as had the dog whistler. Something was afoot. He knew exactly what, which is why he felt relief when his body froze and his internal clock stopped ticking. It was finally time. Amidst frozen reality, the air pulsed, a vacuum growing as space twisted and a shrouded figure pushed through. Even with time frozen, Skeleton's mind was left untouched, allowed to probe forth and speak to the figure. To the sin of the founders, to Mr. R, I'm assuming your plans have borne fruit. Oh yes! A dark and heavy voice radiated through Skeleton's mind, drenched with power and authority. Phase 1 is now complete. It's been exactly according to the visions of the All-Seeing. Phase 2 is now underway. Continue as you were. I know exactly what the result will become. Then I'll be making my move. Of course, Mikhail. After all, there only needs to be one from now on. Time resumed as the figure vanished in a blink, Mr. Skeleton's mind crackling with potential. There only needs to be one uncaged, one child of the infinite, and he knew among Ripley and Diana which one was worth keeping. Soul Killer minds echoed, thoughts renewed, memories burned, and senses swam in the endless currents of a crimson sea. There only needs to be one. Soul Killer frowned, 100 bodies mirroring, pain blurred. Far away, from far away, he would be coming now. A year, a month. Perhaps his agents were there, here already. But no, only the true Mikhail would come. Those lesser minds were not fit to hold titanium or rebirth. A nexus fractured. That had been quick. Designation, Rat King. Location, Syntech Meat Production Lab. Oh, Mikhail, was it not they who showed you benevolence? Who used a flower to dig him from the grave? But if a war was what he wanted, then thousands would respond. Thousands would have their souls killed. And the astral field would encroach upon this world to birth creatures neither man nor mal. The dog whistler in brief decades of thought. The dog whistler watched and reoriented herself. Physical bodies were stubborn to return from, and now her plans were being unraveled at an unprecedented pace. All because of Ripley Donovic. It wasn't his fault. This was the nature of the game they played. He didn't know what he had gotten himself into, nor did she. But this life was worth it. He would be her greatest ally, and soon they would no longer need to hide secrets from one another. But first, she needed to punish Bishop Stockery. The stupid fool had no idea what he'd done. Dogs like him deserved to be punished. They all did. One day, she'd rule this city. She would become a queen beloved by all. Chapter 168, Chapter 34. Implant mimicking Ripley's notes on his current ability to manipulate implants, mutations. I think that's my next step. I was already beginning to work on understanding the molecular structure of implants. But Soul Killer's Revenant Vial is proof that a bug can be modified with mutagen. I've begun to hit a plateau with implants otherwise. What can I do after creating a module? How can I figure out a way to increase compatibility? Grades, maybe even modify features? Fuck. All of this costs so much money. I need to take risks, make more complex modules, and see how much meddling an implant can take until they break. Only then can I fix them. The 16th of October, 8:54 p.m. Ripley. The back of Elsa's head settled into my chest, her fingers motioning across screens as she tried to explain to me how my new bank accounts worked. Apparently, it wasn't normal for a 22-year-old unlicensed shard operator to possess over 1 million shardine to his name, and the government would come knocking eventually. The last few weeks, she'd been building a system for me to prevent my ass from being hauled to the CO over tax fraud. I was technically now owning liquid stocks in a few different companies under an inheritance of a long-lost uncle, while at the same time being the winner of an anonymous lottery, and had made a little more cash with healthy gambling and buying fine art. All technically legal, and Elsa said she could keep eyes off my funds as long as I updated her on my income. Did you get all that? She tapped my head. Half of it. I have a scientist's mind, not a suit's. I cupped her chin, rubbing the side of her neck. So, with this, I can now earn a steady income from the Ripper ego of mine? As long as you divide it up between 3 different accounts, all in different names. Yes. Elsa turned around, resting her chest on mine as she scooted closer. Also, never, ever, bring that guy up near me again. He gives me the creeps. The Ripper is a little odd, but that's how all geniuses are. I pinched her cheeks. Like you, my adorable split personality princess. She looked at me like she couldn't tell if she wanted to slap me or kiss me. In the end, she just wrapped her arm around my neck. For good reason, too. I had to leave soon to Maiden's. Stay a little longer. You know I want nothing more than that, but I need to check up on Starlight and have to pay my debt. I glanced aside. I'm surprised Maiden forgave me so easily for killing one of her men. Elsa tilted my head to hers, regret seeping into her gaze. Hey, that wasn't your fault. I gave you shoddy info, not like I could gather much with Seraphim locking that place down. But the point stands. Had I known Maiden was Anissa, I wouldn't have sent you there, or would have at least given you a heads up. Hey, it's nothing you couldn't beat if you put off your mind towards it. Even though I have Starlight now, I'll never forget my first artificial intelligence insertion into my brain. I kissed her on the forehead. Oh, yeah, by the way, you said dream frames were bad news and looked particularly afraid because of it. Why? Skeleton, she sighed. I didn't want Diana to know, but Skeleton's probably behind the frames because of me. It means he's ready to let go of the data delvers around him. Me, Dog Whistler, and any others under his service. It means he's creating a total lockdown on the networks he controls. Okay, but how does any of that have to do with dream frames? Well, at first, I was thinking he was creating a mindless proxy network by supercharging development through the kids. A personal wall of broken minds that act as both human sacrifices and digital shields for his net usage. But now, if I had to bet, he was having those children ready to ship to gangs. Either as tools or toys. By then, they'd have a mal seed waiting in their heads. The moment they're plugged into the gang systems, even on a low access level, it would be catastrophic. Malware are a delver's worst enemy. And if there are more of these kids out there, he could destroy half of the criminal world's delving capabilities. You didn't seem too shaken by them. Elsa averted her gaze. I spent God knows how many years as a neocore delver. You know that. Malware, I'm experienced with them, avoiding them, containing them. Direct code-based combat is a death sentence, unless you're gold or titanium. But then that has the risk of your death causing a wave of unstoppable malware from being spawned. Like how Starlight got hurt and caused that bronze to become silver. I sighed, pulling out the implant I'd received from the mal. Features, technician, integration, analyze possible tendencies, spark, earth, fire. It was a pretty good implant. An online calculator put it at a value of 3.3 million shardine. In fact, it was the perfect shard operating bug. You could analyze this shardware, strap on external tools like an arachne with integration, and technician was self-explanatory. But when I tested it against my mother's compatibility, estimated compatibility, 18%, it might elongate her life by about a month, but then she'd have other issues appear. Warp poisoning was bad, but warp rejection, her implant would turn against her, like a mental cancer, as its incompatibility would only find ways to break her more. This was the issue with having 2 previous implants. Only 1 in every 40 implants would be above 50% compatibility. Even with gene prepping technology, a difficult treatment that would see her injected with tens of different medicines specific to each implant. It would be painful months to only give her maybe another 6% compatibility. And it was expensive. For a silver, it was around 700,000 shardine. It was the only known way to increase compatibility. But instead of altering a bug, you altered yourself. I had a way to circumvent that. Theorotep protocol of data mimicry. Andrew Wright is exactly what I did. Streams of gold flowed into the implant, commanding the 3 features to act in one tandem to become a module. There was only one feature I absorbed, integration, for purposes no other than I didn't need external tools the way Maiden did. My arachnodyne had been the best tool, and it was internally bound to me. Instead, I gripped a bronze implant I'd bought earlier in the day, Technician and Network. I sent the network feature over into the silver, while the rest of the bronze cracked away as it was absorbed by me. The reason for network, it was a feature I lacked use for, but one I thought would be useful for Starlight to help me with shard operating if I could create a system of drones to help me, maybe even with coordinating my nanomachines. Focus to shardweave and data mimicry. Implant manipulation. Shardweave v.1.06 has updated to v.1.10 effects. Data mimicry, v.3.02, has updated to v.3.04 module created. What would you like to name it? Droneforge module created. 2 SETI-1B technician. Analyze. Network capabilities, the network feature. Although bronze was highly more developed than the silver features which came from an utterly unused implant. Ironically, it was more powerful than either of them. Right now, I wasn't done yet. Pulling out a few bronze shards, I decided to test my ability to upgrade a module past its original state. Clutching them tight, Elsa watched me with a curious eye as their energy dissipated and became warp code under my grasp, feeding into the implants. I had a theory. R0N1N's unique feature, Overmind, wasn't possible for me to mimic, presumably because I didn't have the fragment from its associated source shard, which I was able to identify as the shard of release from, the Typhoon. However, I had been able to scan of the original Hyperman Prometo, create an imitation in the Hyperman modules, albeit at a loss of stability. Hypermind Prime was the silver bug I'd used at the Shandian facilities, and it was currently at what I estimated to be at 2/3 of its lifespan. Since then, I created some more bronze imitators named Alpha, Beta, and Gamma based upon the Prime Silver module. But the fact that I could make a module imitate a unique feature was key. I could mimic data myself, but what if I made the module mimic me? I felt the tide of Shardweave's information spill into my head, and through the consciousness link protocol of database, I merged my mind into that of the module. It was a difficult and messy task. I was using architecture I barely understood, so I supplemented the bronze warp code with my gold energy, aiming to emulate a second process, to turn bronze into silver, just like how the Mal had upgraded itself. I still couldn't create gold warp code from my energy. It was far too complicated, but silver should be possible. If barely, my internal stores washed away like a tide ripped off the coast by the moon's pull, my breath going shallow, and my head throbbing as the bug surged with a golden light and muted bronze. Slowly, They merged into a silver candescence, and under my tendency, swam up and filled the dry reservoirs of Shardweave's architecture. Elsa held my spare hand while doing this, her violet eyes reflecting the changing mirage of colors as they settled into a single metallic luster. A single crack formed on the implant, but as my energy faded, that was the only damage that had remained. Droneforge Module 3S Technician. Analyzed network has been modified. Perfect. With my brain recently tested against a new task, now was the right time to force another few updates through. Elsa was already on task. Pulling out a War PC cube, she'd done some personal work on at my request. It was filled with data weaving, jailbreak network work code, collected from her and her persona's delves into the net, harvested by her habit of slaying and stealing the warp code of anyone who chanced to come across her. With a smile shared between both of us, I absorbed a healthy amount of brain-frying data, focus primarily to data mimicry. Secondary, Tashard Weave. Data mimicry v.3.04 has updated to v.3.07 effects. Shardweave v.1.10 has updated to v.1.13. My nerves felt scorched with my recent endeavors today, and all I would have for rest would be an hour-long transit. At the very least, I could simulate some Psyche v.3.10 has updated to v.3.11. I blinked. While Thep Psyche update was good, when did it get to v.3.10? Thankfully, one of Starlight's recent changes to my system allowed me to keep track of my updates in a log. Update log. Psyche v.3.10, the 14th of October, 2:43 a.m. Personality editor effective output increased to compensate for lower output threshold. Huh, strange. That would have been around the time I fell asleep next to Diana. Well, I guess I had one way to mitigate that. Opening up my settings, I tuned down the matrix to compensate for its compensation. Personality editor output. 80%, a shiver ran through my body, and Elsa leaned in closer as my body briefly took a sudden wave of panic. Everything okay, Ripley? Yeah, just reduce the output of the personality editor, I said. You sure that's a good thing right now? Elsa's touch grew warmer, more tentative. I don't want you becoming any more crazy than you already are. Last thing I want to lose to is my own mind, I joked. I'll be careful with it. I was already warned not to turn it off too quickly, or else Psyche might just become a personality editor itself. Is there a protocol with that power? You kidding? Elsa scoffed. You already have one, Rip? Alter ego? But I suppose the one you'd really want to look out for is Mindweave. Why does that sound like it could also be used against others? Because it can. Elsa's hand got tense. In the hands of Adata Weaving Gadadapter anyway. I'm not sure what the protocol's effects would be on Psyche Wielder, but maybe. Maybe you shouldn't worry so much about the editor. It's just a tool. It used to be, I said dryly, until it began erasing my memories. Sometimes I have glimpses, whispers of names. I shuddered. And colors, a color, just one, pink. Elsa held me closer, almost taking me by surprise. The mind, as much as we believe it to be infallible, is nothing but subjective thoughts turned into memory. Ripley, maybe you've forgotten something. Maybe you're only thinking you forgot something. It's complicated. I have experience with thoughts not being my own. Eventually, you learn to live with them. You have to choose what's real to you. Reality is the real illusion sometimes. Yeah, you're right. I buried my face into the crook of her neck. You know, I was about to do something stupid. Oh God, what? She pulled away, already prepared to smack me. I was thinking of putting together a dream frame myself. But now that I think about it, I don't want to be stuck to a wall for the rest of my life. I pushed the hair off her eyes, but she had an intense look in her eyes. You don't have to be stuck to a wall just because you have a dream frame, she said with her eyes not meeting mine. Really? When did you have more Shardware knowledge than me? Since. Well, I don't have the technical understanding of how it works, but I have a practic understanding. She muttered under her breath. Realization painted into my face. Do you have a mobile dream frame? Well, you remember how I told you I got my hair weaved in? Let's just say you're not the only one with a metallic skull. Her eyes escaped into the couch cushions. The neuroframe on my neck is just a port. It's not where most of my processing happens. Biting my lip and my curiosity, I held her arm. That makes sense. 4 minds in one skull, you'd need a pretty hefty computer for that. I know. I didn't want to tell you because the shardware on your body is only for you to know. That's what a decent shard op would say. I happily said, I don't probe in on those who are close to me, just those who try to kill me. No, I didn't want to tell you or anyone else because my shard operator was skeleton. She bit down on her lip. Aye, but not anymore. Not with what he did to those kids. I'll only go to you from now on. I promise. I pulled back a bit, slightly startled but not exactly surprised. Okay. A grin grew on my face, one stemming from another ego within me. Here's how you're going to repay me from now on. I'm the only one who gets to see your body. Huh? A deep scarlet misted across her face. You're already the only... I pushed her deeper into the couch, which means your body is mine. To study, to look at, to unravel. Ripley. She buried her head in her arms. I can't tell if you're freaking me out or turning me on. I'm just saying, what's wrong with a little bit of role play? I drew the edges of my claw tips along her steel limbs, delicately tracing the seams of her joints. After all, I'm the shard operator here. And you're my client, aren't you? It's only fair I get to see everything you have from now on, from skin to bone to blood and steel. Ripley, Elsa hammered hot breath from her chest out. I swear to God if you're saying all of this just to look at Skeleton's operations, then... What? I teased. You hide in something. You can't play that with me. But I am. I sunk my claws tips into her elbow joint, a spark of my gold tingling up her nervous system, producing an effect I had very much perfected. She gasped, her face captured in a portrait of hot and heavy. Huh, fine. I'm yours. Everything. You promise? Forever, she said, her face softening and staring deep into mine. I love you, Ripley. I really do. I love you too, Elsa. My lips captured hers, and she surrendered. Whole incoming message from maiden brat. I want you here in an hour. I sighed. She never warned me on time. Sorry to cut things short. Ripley fucking Donovic. Elsa gritted, her nails digging into my steel and even denting it. You are not leaving until I get what I want. Chapter 169. Chapter 35. CO debrief the 17th of October, 5:43 p.m. Diana Corporal Alex Lopez tapped her foot on the floor, observing the contents of the data cube given by Belle, who was by my side and had returned from the 4th precinct. She sighed, looking at Belle. You're saying this was delivered anonymously to your aunt's address by the initials I... Correct, Belle lied, my heart thankful for his assistance with my secrets. Dream frames, metal heavens, steel tigers. The corporal sighed. I'll have Staff Sergeant Omen look over this in more detail, but I don't like this. The Iron Devil took those children from under our noses and is promising to return them. What the fuck does he think this is, an IU? I gave some input. Whether or not he can be trusted, we have evidence of him eliminating several gang hideouts over the last few days. It seemed like steel tigers were just the first. Criminals killing criminals doesn't make one of them right. All we can do is hope that his word remains true. Lousy as it is. Alex rubbed her eyes, the silver discs flickering in multiple directions every second. You stumbled onto something big, Diana. Seemed to make a habit of it. I've always attracted attention, I said tiredly, but with evidence of metal heavens contacting lesser organizations in the 4th precinct, it's likely they're doing this in the others as well. Alex surmised. I'll get this around the chain. Put more pressure on low-income areas. Not that we can do anything if their damned precinct is corrupt. Teach? Ponsky. Some damn lieutenant she ended up being. 11 years she's been playing her games, and now I have evidence that would require tearing apart half a precinct just to make sure we remove all the bad apples. Bell leaned forward. What'll happen next to New Houston Yards? If we want stability at the risk of corruption, she might get demoted or jail time as one of her underlings takes her place. But she'll leverage her info to get a weaker sentencing. If the higher-ups really do decide to give a shit, then more than a few investigators will be transferred for an internal investigation and will assign one of our sergeants to become their lieutenant, though that might lead to a bloodbath. But it's out of our control, I sighed. Not in mine either. Could take months for this to be taken into motion. Alex sighed, before nodding. Good job, you two, seriously. This was more than I could have expected, but now we'll have to see about the Iron Devil. He's a damn ghost. Can never tell whose side he's on except Missy and Mizrin. I said solidly. Alex flicked her eyes to me, nudging to Bell. Investigator Rockfell. I'll be needing a moment with Investigator Ulrich. Bell glanced at me, but I stared straight ahead as he left. As the door closed, Alex raised her voice in a hushed tone. Now, how do you know about Mizrin? How do you? She's an informant for the staff sergeant, Alex said with a steady gaze. I returned it. Likewise for me, Alex Lopez scoffed, eyes opened in a mix of humor and disbelief. Oh, fuck. I knew your survival from the Toxin Club was too suspicious. Was that your first contact? It was. She provided gene limiters for concealing my gold's effectiveness. I leaned forward. That was a Ron-like contact. But using some sway of her neocore past, she got me into contact with Archangel. The enforcer who aided the defeat of your gold Mal, currently in rehabilitation from injuries sustained during the event. Alex recollected her thoughts. I provided more for her to know. Archangel had information on Missy's group, and more than a few high-ranking crime bosses. I'd assume either sent to her by Inquisitor Tusk, or transited between Mizrin to Harold Ruby, and then to Archangel. I realize it now, but Missy likely wanted me to be aware of who she works with and who they're working against. Skeleton, Alex gritted. The Uncaged, I corrected. Dog Whistler, Soul Killer, Mr. Skeleton. Alex tiredly gripped her head. So then, the Iron Devil only got involved because you were there? Indirectly. I now had to sprinkle in some lies. I requested information from one of their associates. And as a result, the Iron Devil likely took an interest as well. From Archangel's file, I know he has a history with Metal Heavens, a bad one. Associates, huh? She stared at me with scrutiny and accusation, but didn't press the matter. And now, you're asking me to turn a blind eye if you decide to get a little more ... involved with the devil. Precisely. I intend to continue tracking Metal Heaven's involvement, and it's likely that the devil is doing the same. We could cross paths sooner than later, and I want you to be informed that E will not take him into custody. Not if he's actively aiding our cases. I made my point. Alex's ringed eyes stripped my words apart. This case is more befitting for a special investigator. And I intend to be one by next March, I declared. You know, that would make you the youngest special investigator in the history of the district. Alex crossed her legs. I know, I said confidently, and I have every intent of being that. Wow! She chuckled with mild amusement. You weren't saying anything to us just a few weeks ago. A quiet worker who did her job, and now you're barking declarations to your commanding corporal. Where'd the balls come from? A realization of my father's intentions. She leaned closer. Riza Wickett, Kendrick Rorschach, Indra Harmony, Anthony Grosh. I counted on my fingers. Upon first becoming an investigator, my father had me transferred to Intelligence Squad 13. Anthony was there, so I always had to confront the fact that his grandfather died during an operation I played a key role with, while Kendrick and Riza permuted a toxic cohabitation where Kendrick got to play dirty with new female investigators, such as Indra Harmon. Now, I'll admit, my father likely had no role with Harmony's abduction of my friend, But the very reason he put me into such a group was to show how even with an implant, I would need to contact him to have my problem solved. With a sigh, I continued, he won. A single phone call sent Kendrick away. Since then, he's had leverage over me, mentally. Following that was the case of Simon Jugoslaw, another emotionally taxing endeavor, one that my father twisted to get my name known across the district and my grade certified. Now, he could have continued pushing me into unfavorable groups filled with corruption, but instead, he sent me here. The corporal eyed me, indicating to continue with a nod. I did. CO. Well funded. A squad with a good reputation, neither too involved nor too docile. Friendly and capable coworkers, a perfect scenario, because his ideals changed. He no longer needed me to off the police. He needed my nonce. He realized I had a gold sim. To be a symbol, an advertisement, a headline. I took a breath, preparing to reveal my thoughts. Because he's looking for power, popularity, a foothold to whatever's coming to this city, what better way than to have that, than to have his daughter become a shining figure of not just the police force, but the entire government. If I had to bet, he's aiming for me to be instrumental during the swarm, a hero for New California, Silviri. And so, he's leaving me in your care, a welcome home away from home. I have no complaints about this squad, truly, but that's only because he designed it that way. Alex furrowed her eyebrows. That's in line with my orders about you. As I figured. What are they? To do as follows. An exasperated sigh left her mouth. Diana Ulrich is to take cases favorable for media coverage once a month. Diana Ulrich is to have controlled successes. Effectively any case where you will have a positive outcome, no matter upon accomplishment or not. Diana Ulrich is to be redirected from uncaged activity she follows in by use of her psychological profiling to direct her towards other cases. Diana Ulrich is to be kept away from any scandals within the police force, or if she does come across them, then she is to be portrayed as though unveiling them. I frowned. Ah, so that's why you let me take the 4th precinct case. I figured out something about the mal that Skeleton was selling, and you immediately assigned me to follow a case of my choice. To distract me. And yet, you dragged yourself into a deeper mess. Alex snickered. You really do attract attention, don't you? As I've learned and intend to exploit, I commented. And yet, despite these orders, you're going to investigate further, won't you? Alex sighed. I will, rest assured, but will you stop me? The question is, can I? Alex trailed her eyes onto me. You're gold, an Esper, telekinetic at that. Highest benchmark scores I've ever seen on a fresh tier 2nd, not including C. Kim Leung. Even if you weren't smart as all fuck, you'd be capable of holding your own at the top of the pyramid in the CO. I have my orders from your dad, and I have my own agenda. I don't think what these uncaged guys are doing is right. If we let them slide by as the swarm takes over our minds, we'll only be on the losing side. My voice came strong and clear. We agree in that much. But your agenda is personal, isn't it? It's not out of a sense of duty, Alex said sternly. You're prone to anger issues, putting yourself in harm's way, and worst, have the mutations to back up your outbursts. If you're asking me to let you take borderline suicidal cases, I can't. Miasis on the line. But knowing you, you'll find a way to take part somehow. So instead, take your role and use it in your favor. Silviri, I said under my breath. Fuck, I'm going to have to make media appearances, aren't I? You have no idea how many people are waiting to interview you. She rubbed her cheek with her knuckles. If you have more than one avenue to create change, use them. My dad's a fucking cunt, always putting me into positions that only help himself. I let out a bitter chuckle. You know he wanted me to be an actress. Founders, looks like he's getting his wish anyway. I already have an idea or two. I had Ripley to thank for that. I'm going to make my dad spend a lot of money. Sabrina, what point was there to living? Sabrina jousted that thought away as she focused on why she needed to live, what she needed to do before she died. Till then, Everything else was just a distraction. From guilt, from shame, from the knowing that her plans helped no one except. She let coffee burn her tongue, a breath of carbon dioxide, rapidly freezing the liquid to a manageable temperature. Surely it would be any day soon when she could stop pretending. Then again, she didn't know what parts of her were pretending and what parts weren't. Such was the curse of spending years undercover. Sometimes she missed the friends she made in Muramasa. As Diana walked into the break room, Sabrina's demeanor changed with ease. No need for any mutation or fancy gimmick whatsoever. All those dull thoughts vanished as a bright smile chirped up some teasing words. So, I heard you met one of our fuck, marry, kill options, albeit not in person. Diana, yeah, I sighed. Made a mess of the whole thing. Well, I'm jealous. Sabrina stirred her finger over a coffee cup, but not too jealous. Want to know why? I tilted my head. Why? Bell took a deep gulp of his coffee as he approached the table, gaze trailing on with inquisitiveness. Sabrina smirked and took my hands to force me onto the couch next to her, a holographic view settling into my sights as she transferred a file over to me. Case opened. Investigation into Dreadwire's identity. Lead investigator. First investigator Sabrina Throm. Oh. I leaned back, eagerly accepting the coffee Bell handed me. Con, congratulations for getting the case. Yeah, it was a pain in the ass, she groaned. You know, they were only going to give the case to people who are as fast as him. Not a whole lot of investigators with that kind of speed or aerial mobility. How'd you get it? I made a list, she declared with a smile. A list? I took a deep sip. Of all people Dreadwire has interacted with and possible suspects. Sabrina sent another file to me? Dreadwire's history. It was all information that wasn't particularly hidden, but Sabrina had put together into a neat timeline that, if pulled apart, might lead to other clues. It's all really great work, but how are you going to investigate this further if most of his exact dealings took place in LR? We aren't exactly welcome there. That's the thing, Sabrina grinned. Everyone's so focused on who Dreadwire is since he shad the implant. What I need to look at is who he was before he had the implant. Bell bit into his mug, while my hand gripped mine tightly. Sabrina coughed, explaining further. Based on all of this, we know Dreadwire had no formal induction into the criminal sphere before his implant, but he was likely affiliated with enough criminals to get him into their sphere. Considering Hahato be present during the Toxin Club event, that puts him in line with the Snake Fangs gang. Either he ran away from them or used the chaos of the club's destruction to make himself believed dead to them. Now, I'm willing to bet that it isn't just technician that makes him good at breaking and building things. For him to be trusted by the R0N1N means he has to have some background in shard operating. And Diana. Yeah. I muffled my voice by taking a sip of the coffee. I was reading through transcripts of the events of the Toxin Club, and in one of them, you mentioned meeting a shard operator who was unofficially affiliated with them. Do you remember his name? Sabrina's gentle eyes prodded at me. Nope. I choked out. Bell pointed to his eyebrow. I scowled at him. Sabrina muttered to herself, well, I guess that puts me towards one lead. What? The Snake Fangs, she chimed. Some of them have been taken into custody since the club's destruction, so I'll have them tell me who that shard operator was. Oh, fuck. Do you want me to help you? Sabrina's eyes lit up. Oh, would yo? Actually, better not. I'd assume Snake Fangs don't like you very much. The one time I actually offered help to her but thanks for the sentiment. She patted my back. So, what do you think of my educated guess? That it's very well educated. Placing the mug to my lips, I nodded. Good start. Great, because I actually already got the name of that shard operator from a jailed Snake Fangs member. She gave a sly grin. His name's Shripley Donovic. I spat my mouthful back into the mug. Chapter 170. Chapter 36. Retrofitting Ripley's notes on warp material. Shriekstone, according to Starlight. Shriekstone uses a warped version of what she knows as the piezoelectric effect, or what I know as Mazier's 23rd law of electricity. Effectively, It's the relationship between a crystalline lattice's structure and the electric charge within it. You apply force to the crystal. The shape of the lattice changes and it produces a voltage. You apply electricity to it and it produces force. It's actually a way to produce ultrasound, which was pretty instrumental in early medical diagnoses before biomonitors existed. Shriekstone, however, really amps this effect up. Using my gold, I've allowed it to give myself what Starlight calls a double jump. Thankfully, Maiden's done a lot of research into Shriekstone and its method of manufacture. It uses lead titanate and gallium phosphate. If I buy those powders, I could feasibly try making it myself. But warp material fabrication is never easy. Diana's product is proof of that. The 18th of October 1942 AM Replii couldn't believe what Diana wanted her warp material to be named, Dianium. Had she not given it any thought at all? This was revolutionary. I poked the beaker of her blended, cellular suspension, watching as the nanites within slowly converted the pink mixture to produce a shiny substrate at the bottom. It was slow work. I wanted the warp material itself, and not more nanites, so they weren't producing more of themselves to speed it up. Instead, I bought a few blood bags for that. My discovery showed that sampling non-mutated organisms yielded more of the nanites as component material, a unique form of a carbon allotrope known as Midas steel. Mutagenic biomass, however, would result in entirely new warp materials consisting of the biological makeup. Early investigations into Diana's cellular makeup revealed an extensive amount of inorganic material involved in her body's mutagenic processes. I wouldn't be surprised if, at some point, she had more metal in her body than I did, from electrolytes like sodium and potassium to iron, calcium, silicon, copper, nickel, and other trace warp materials. Unique to her body, she had several hundred times what a normal person should have. She was less a carbon-based life form and more a self-sustaining bioelectric alloy. Her body was an energy-harvesting, metamorphic superorganism, evolved to regenerate, reshape, and weaponize the physical world around her. If I was allowed to study her organs, I was sure I could design some really fancy stuff. Who knows what her brain was like? But back to Goliath. I also discovered that the nanites were much more effective in a liquid suspension at their current amount, so that heart I had taken from the Black Dragon assassin was now blended up too. Maiden eyed me with an odd look as I watched numerous bags of blended organs slowly disintegrate. You have more than a few screws loose? You know that? I do. I clapped my hands. Waiting wasn't going to make shit happen. For the conversion to be effective, I needed to occasionally charge them with warp energy. If I supplied enough, I could make it so that they doubled every minute or so, but the cost to me would grow exponentially the more they converted biomass. Transmutated biomass. Starlight whispered. It's already using the term Midas, which comes from a tale of a man turning whatever he touched into gold, and is often linked to a precursor of modern chemistry called alchemy. Uh-huh, I whispered. Fine, my transmuting nanites. Seeing they were all sufficiently charged with gold, I put them all back into a fridge and wore my goggles. Skin shifted, hair bleached, and a low chuckle radiated from my throat as I turned to the dream-framed children. The Ripper, dream frames. What a remarkable piece of technology. Bit by bit, I slipped the wires out, unraveling them from the even more complex folding of lobes and cortices. I translated their many wires along the path of gray and white matter, tracing their complex nodes and tracks, which formed a second brain atop your born one. I would make one soon. Elsa had been most kind to let my claws prod into her skull, although ... it was only Ripley who was allowed. She did not like my enthusiasm. A single dream frame required hours of removal, which burned a question into me. Who had installed them, then? Was there really someone among steel tigers capable of inserting such precise handiwork? I doubted it. Someone from Metal Heavens must have been there, and had escaped before Diana or Diamante could apprehend them. When I finally gathered the bundled cords into my hands, I dissected them, eager to divulge their many secrets. Starlight was a quick learner too, inquisitive as we traded bouts of information about the electrochemical processes she gathered. Having synced up to my mind and flowing through my thoughts accordingly, Each removal grew slightly quicker, whereas my earliest attempt had seen me take nearly 5 hours for a single one. My most recent took me only 2. Shardweave V.1.10 has updated to V.1.11 effect, increased understanding of central neural integration of shardware. I felt the last droplets of free warp code disappear with that update. How detestable that my efforts would not bear more fruit until Ripley found a way to scrounge more implants to feast from. As I catalogued my findings into the scrapyard, Maiden finished up with her own work, having successfully installed several rehabilitation frames over their napes. Brat, I got a question for you. Delight me. I didn't turn to her. My findings needed to be logged. The goggle thing. It's supposed to be some sort of separate identity you take as Dreadwire's operator, right? Well, you ever thought that maybe your facial features would leave your actual identity threatened? Just because you have a new hairdo doesn't mean Semanalizedaptors won't put your noses as one and the same. Of course. I lifted my gaze up to her, and that is why I can do this. With a thought, the color from my artificial facial skin receded. The color drained away into an abyss resembling the black cloth stitched over some of Skeleton's henchmen. My lips were fused to the fabric under the material, so it looked like I was wearing a mask. Well, fuck me in the greaser, she rasped. You cosplayin' Skeleton's grunts now? Teach. It'll be a nice insult to him. Thought you couldn't get any creepier. Still, you gotta work on your limbs too. People notice the similarities. Ah, I'm afraid that is also one of my projects. I stared at my limbs. While they could change shape slightly between Ripley and Dreadwire's settings, I would need my own as the Ripper. In fact, I believe it's time I finally get to work on my own shardware. Dreadwire has a job coming up. I slid off my chair and approached a framework of wires and steels laid upon a table. Your unique feature, reconstruction, works on a premise of both shardware and warp code. Do you mind if I test something with Starlight? She gave me a distrustful gaze before hooking up her arm into the console. That synchronization ability of hers, right? I was thinking of checking it out myself. Correct. Ripley had believed that Starlight was only capable of synchronizing to one person. But I believe her true ability is to synchronize multiple subsystems into a single focus. You and I would likely both benefit. Yeah. What'll I get from you? Shardweave, I chuckled. A unique feature specializing in the manipulation of warp materials and their integration into shardware. Most useful for the abundant surplus of shriekstone you've harvested from Dog Whistler's thralls. Her eyebrow curled. Is that so? Is that so? Very well, you have a deal. Starlight, would you be a dear? Got it, the Ripper. Her presence remained within me, but like a basin of water spouting through reservoirs, she flowed into the mainframe of the shelter systems to connect to Maiden, synchronizing with Adapter. My head instantly felt assaulted, thoughts that weren't mine flooding my skull. What the hell did you come across, Amizran? You know better than I that Albrich didn't want this. But you continued. What the hell are you thinking? Ah, I think I'm getting a handle of this, Starlight said, her voice lightly in a panic. I just need to make a few filters so I'm not being pulled apart by your guys' thoughts. You're kinda using me like a tightrope. The flow of conscious thoughts ceased, while the subconscious understanding and knowledge of Maiden's long history as a shardware operator flowed through me, and a thought snapped into place. Procedure repetition. It was a feature link installed into my claw by my grandfather. He was a former associate of Maiden's. It was created based on hair construction unique feature. Now I could see that. However, it was a poor imitation. I attempted to mimic the feature, being able to read fractions of its many shapes. But the material was fundamentally different from my own. It was not a tendency, but from where it was sourced. Specifically, what source shard its fragment originated from. Diana and I were the only ones in possession of change, whereas the others. I had my theories. My breath grew shallow, epiphany drawing intoidation. With a wash of warp energy, I converted gold into bronze through my liver, and further processed it into warp code for my liking. A new feature link formed in my right arm, stealing from the understanding of reconstruction synchronized with me. Right, RIPC Claw feature link. Procedure repetition technician has been modified in Tor build reconstruction. It's already paying dividends, I said lowly to Maiden, not intending to reveal to her what I'd just done. I hope you make the most of this opportunity, because I certainly will, dearest Maiden. Is that a challenge? Maiden rubbed her forehead, a light brightening in her eyes. Diamante's gonna have to pay premium for what I'll cook up today. My claw blurred, eagerly accepting the challenge. I wouldn't merely rebuild Dreadwire, I'd upgrade him. Retrofit. What an odd little protocol, to take from many and combine into one, or to take one and divide it into multiple forms. I could see it. Yttrium steel, livewire, and shriekstone as the main components. My original arachnodyne. The decrypted contents of Yujo brand shardware, which specialized in electromagnetics, and my familiarity with Syntech shardware would serve as a framework. Blades, guns, shard operating tools. They could all forge into one first ripped apart, then put back together. Droneforge module selected. Threes technician, analyzing. Network numerous little hand-sized drones lifted into the air from within a canvas bag. My dominant ego had practiced creating many autonomous machines for the care of our mother, but now I would take it and forge a Hivmeend with me as its king. The spiderlings were fascinating tools, originally developed to be long-range shardware supporting tools, but instead forced into reconnaissance. I would return their original purpose to them. They ordered up, neat, and ready for my claws. Metals bent, joints twisted, and limbs were grafted. The first drone was buzzing in the air, complete with the capabilities of a bronze-grade shard operating claw. Then I commanded it to work on a second while I worked on a third. I was quicker, of course, but my mind split on both tasks simultaneously. Now, 2 drones worked on one. Then 3 drones finally matched my speed. Until I had 6 of them buzzing around me. Can I try? Starlight echoed in my ear. I think I could help. Are you not already burdened with maintaining the synchronicity? A little bit, but I still have some brain power that could be used to help you. Very well. Join me in this endeavor, Starlight. A pink light sparked in each of the drones, as yet another link was added to the chain of me and Maiden. Satisfied, my apprentice and I got to work on the arachnodyne's base form. Once that was done, my productivity would be catalyzed forevermore. The 18th of October 9 to 45 a.m. Ripley Street, right out of one pan into the other. Harold Anderson was barking orders at me. Recalibrate this, fine-tune that, put your drones away, they're distracting. They were effective, is what they were. These specific shard operating drones of mine were coined scraplings, and buzzed around me, picking up tools and shardware components, so my lazy ass didn't need to get up. Much of the shardware operating at the gym was now routine muscle memory for me, not as difficult as it had once been, so I let Starlight test herself against it. Was she as good as me? No, not quite. We were different in a sense. From what I understood of her now, she was talented and used my knowledge to supplement herself. She just didn't have experience or practice. Starlight had to mimic me skills rather than her innately possessing them. I watched as one drone carefully soldered joints together, and I took my time explaining why she'd made a mistake in the neurowiring placement. It'll pinch up. Might be fine in the beginning, but over time it'll wear down and cause responsiveness issues. I pat the drone on the head. Ah, that makes sense. The drone scratched itself with one limb. But I didn't read that from your database. Some things aren't consciously learned. They're just things you realize over time that make sense. Like muscle memory in a way, I replied. Like, I never learned exactly how to do all those backflips and aerial twists. My body just reacts to the world around me. I learned no acrobatics of the sort. Well, I did. You copied moves from a game. I laughed. Not that they weren't useful just a bit. Showboaty. Well, Dreadwire has a lot to show this city. Why not let him be a little dramatic? She teased, and you know what? Why not? The 19th of October 2:30, AM the Ripper, the arachnodyne's framework was now complete, far from functional but mobile. As our mother said, patience was the key to excellence, one step at a time. My skills at piloting the drones had grown over the last day. 6 busy bees chewed wires and sewed musculature into place. All the while, I repaired my left arm and legs, alongside some new plating I'd ordered. The 20th of October, 2:18 p.m. Ripley looking at my bank accounts. I wanted to cry. What the fuck was the Ripper spending all this money on in just 3 days? I'd spent 500,000 shardine. It was a far cry from the original cost of my arachnodyne. But all these components half were vanity. A special paint used on high-end cars to change colors. Borderline novelty pieces that served no purpose other than being rare. Extremely high-density yttrium steel. Okay, the last one was fine. But the point stood that the Ripper's creativity came at the expense of hoarding parts I was sure I would never use. The 21st of October, 12:48 a.m. The Ripper. No part would go unused. Everything had its place once I tore function out of vanity. Rare components were rare for a reason. They were niche and specialized, and I was re-special at what I did. Only the best would suffice. And if they weren't the best, then I'd turn whatever I touched into gold. Like Midas before me, as Starlight had said, I ripped apart the head of a collector's doll of Nolan Trask, founder of Synchronous Technologies. Those speakers within were absolutely exquisite. All would hear Dreadwire's voice under his web of dread. The song with that name was a great inspiration. It did wonders on the AbyssNet charts, and the music video garnered much interest. 12:21 p.m. Ripley. My arm certainly felt different today. While its capacity hadn't changed, there was a certain fluidity in the way energy flowed through it. Must have been the new neurowiring bought by the Ripper. Too bad. My eyes ached to stay open from how long the Ripper stayed up working on my equipment and scrapping apart new orders. I had to tell Starlight to freeze my bank accounts at this rate. I just went under 1 million shardine for the first time since the raid. The 22nd of October, 11:40 a.m. The Ripper. A bronze ad stim sent tingles of vitality through me. Shame on Ripley for not sleeping more. Now I would have to work twice as long to make progress. At the very least, the arachnodyne now had shard operating capabilities once more, and was a shiny new color fit for bloodstains to show my worth. White, but of course, for Dreadwire, it could change into black. That was courtesy of the paint I'd bought. The 22nd of October, 7:38 p.m. Ripley. I forgot how much I missed having an arachne. Even if its current state wasn't as good as the previous iteration, it had a much better foundation for future improvements. I had to work overtime now to make up the losses the Ripper was giving me. Maybe I could nap on the railway. 11:09 p.m. Organizing my tools. I checked in on my growing nanites. Half of Diana's organic matter was now a silvery liquid. Fuck, was it like mercury? How was I going to use that? I swore to the founders it was a powder before. Maybe my lack of sleep was making me see things. At the very least, the bags of blood and blended heart were now a dark black color. My nanites now in great enough quantity that they changed the appearance of the suspensions, feeding them some more energy. I slid my goggles on. Today, new combat faculties would be added to my shardware. All of them. Chapter 171. Chapter 37. Mark II, the 23rd of October, 5:46 a.m. Ripley morning light spilled across, and between towering networks of steel and concrete, my feet resting on the edge of the roof of the homeless shelter, the Ripper had certainly made his fair share of improvements. And one of them was particularly exciting. Shriekstone had plenty of properties, but one I'd never expected or thought of was its ability to manipulate friction by creating minute adjustments to kinetic force that were concentrated locally. Not until that silver mal began gliding across walls using what I deduced as an air cushion wrapped in an electromagnetic field. I took a step off the ledge and bent my knee to place my foot onto the outer wall of the shelter. Then I took my second step and did the same, and I was standing perpendicular to the wall, or parallel to the ground. I let out a bewildered chuckle. It was one thing to throw your foot onto the wall and have it stick by penetrating it with a blade from your femur. But being able to actually stand on it, I was really fitting my spider theme now. My weight was still forcing my body to slide down a little bit, and adhering to a wall took a lot of electricity. But it was well worth it. The premise was simple. Although I'd never quite learned how Maiden made such a powerful barrier, I'd known it was possible. Our daily synchronization inebriated the subconscious awareness of how to create those barrier fielding discs into my mind. Roughly, the Ripper had manifested a prototype version of those Shriekstone-infused discs and added one more warp material to the mix. Livewire, a powerful, almost superconducting component. Within the soles of my legs, a thin array of my slipstream discs manifested two things. The first was a high-frequency vibration that created plenty of friction. The second was a close-range electrode herring field, manipulation of molecular charges to force two objects to attract to one another. Combined, I could now stick onto any surface with my palms and legs. No digging in with sharp blades required. And the best thing, I could invert the polarity, going from high friction to almost no friction. But I was not going to test that out yet. Even with all my feature links assisting mobility, I was horrendous at ice skating. However, being able to control my momentum was a huge boon now, sending a thought for my new Dreadwire mask to form. I powered the Shriekstone cores running through my legs to burst me off the wall. Dreadwire all new, all powerful. 4 white limbs spilled from my back, the Arachnodyne MK, too eager for use. In a shifting blur, their shape altered into jagged and piercing blades while the bright color dimmed into a deep black. From within their shells, a crystal integrated into the plating of my shardware hummed under electricity and unleashed a shockwave, propelling me higher into the air as my mask took in the city's sprawling towers. All right, Dreadwire, we're going to test your mobility, so as my dad instructed, I made an obstacle course for you. Pink light spilled in the view of my mask, rings forming in the air for me to swing through. Now do you want some aim assist from me? None. I shall face this alone. 2 new feature links agreed within my Arachne, as well as my endoskeleton's restructuring. Arachnodyne Mech Point 2 feature links. Link mimicry, data mimicry, trajectory recalibration, databases soul branch, endoskeleton feature links. Reactive autonomy sustain, warp accelerant energized, true to its name. Link mimicry allowed my Arachnodyne to mimic any feature link present on my other shardware, and I immediately snatched reactive autonomy onto it. The dorsal limbs stretching and engulfing my sensory data to shoot 4 javelins. I was no longer limited to mobility from my upper Arachnodyne. Each of my Arachnodyne limbs reeled me forward, a cannon-like burst of momentum surging me past the first ring as a second appeared vertically above me. My claws took care of that, hooking behind as they tightened and curved horizontal movement upwards. Then a third ring appeared by an alleyway swinging in. I saw a tight maze of connected metal bridges and early waking citizens pulling laundry out. Starlight placed a circle right in between all of that. Gritting, I used my arms, slapping them into the air behind me as another sonic wave corrected my movement and took me through the ring. Those early wakers screamed out of their grogginess. I carried on. A sequence of rings formed around this labyrinth of steel rafters, and I utilized every tool at my disposal. I clung to a wall effortlessly and ran on top of it, my claws pulling me across tight turns, while my Arachnodyne carried speed and distance with utmost accuracy as momentum shifted up, down, to the sides and in blurring rotations that effortlessly shot me through each ring. Oh shit, you're good at this. Oh, catch that pigeon. Language. And a pigeon, a pink outline converged over a far figure, a tiny bird flying in the air. Very well. Steel rattled behind me as I flung up the scales of buildings, my feet catching onto the walls and my claws latching onto a pole as I leveraged a sharp turn into the air. My mask honed in on the pigeon, a tracking circle closing in. I aimed my claw tips. No, without killing it. Sighing, my claws turned to the rising sides of buildings, my Arachnodyne itching to go higher than ever before. With 4 javelins connecting and hooking my body's momentum into coercion, I soared and careened, with the wind muffled by my mask's noise-canceling tech. That pigeon must have sensed me, a predator hunting down prey, because it curved and flew above a series of buildings beyond my reach. I didn't deter, pulling myself to rooftops and jogging before a sprint took me faster than ever before. Gaps between roofs blurred underneath me, single steps leaping me between and around their elevation until I was directly under the pigeon. Then, my Arachnodyne pounded the ground. a thick pulse of kinetic energy bursting out as I leaped more than 10 meters in a blink. A flurry of flailing feathers stopped in front of me, but my arachnodine put 2 claws to clasp each wing delicately as I fell to the rooftops. I softened the landing for the pigeon, its confused gaze flicking for release. Okay, you can let it go now. Starlight chimed in a way that sounded like she was annoyed that I passed her test so easily. She appeared in my view, waving goodbye as the pigeon hurriedly flapped its wings for escape. Bye, Howard. Howard. I named the pigeon Howard, she said, shrugging. Good job. You cleared the easy course. Easy course? Yeah, I analyzed the map of the precinct. I think I can make some much harder courses for you. If you're up for the challenge, she said with a sly grin. I am, I said confidently, before following the directions to the next course. 11:34 a.m. Ripley? PFF'd. Did you hear about Dreadwire? Apparently he was chasing around a pigeon? One of the gym goers gossiped while I put my stuff into a locker at Anderson's gym. Like, why the fuck would you chase a pigeon? Another answered. Who knows? Maybe it was a robot pigeon. Huh, you kiddin'? The first looked skeptical. Not at all. Everyone knows all the pigeons died during the third swarm. All these birds here are just robots that the Corps designed to spy on us. The second declared. Starlight laughed. Some things never change. 7:05 p.m. sitting in the metro. I tiredly rested my head upon the glass as I scanned my findings. This arachnodine was good, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't miss the first one. It was my love child. Excuse me, you have an actual daughter, you know? Starlight said, offended. What I mean is I spent a lot of money and time to make it. It was a dream creation of mine. Well, you didn't even make it from scratch like this one. She pouted as she pointed to the MK2 on my back. This one's way better, because you made it with meme. I chuckled. I suppose you're right about that. Still need to add some attachments to it. Yep. I finished ironing out the kinks in the high-frequency blade. As for the cannons, a work in progress. She rubbed her head. Don't worry too much about it. That's my job. You're already a lot of help. She smiled, twirling in the air as she sat on my shoulder. Glad to be of help, Dad. Oh yeah. Found anything about the infected bug yet? I rummaged through my pockets, flicking the iron bug with what should be soul killers injected mutagen into it. According to Diana, it was called a revenant serum, and she said she had one on her, though it was now under ownership of someone called Dr. Moira. Didn't give much of an explanation, but she said she'd try to get a hold of a sample for me, revenant serum, and the revenant code. They were linked. One activated the other to cause an almost instant 0% compatibility to your implant. Nothing much. Found a trace of the revenant code in it, but so far. Haven't been able to understand anything about the mutagen inside. Starlight said with a bit of disappointment. Are you sure there's titanium in there? I wasn't, but Diana was. She was probably one of the rare espers capable of innately detecting warp energy in both shardware and mutagen. I'd know for sure soon enough. As for now, I had mostly been focusing on my shardware, but with 3 days left until we potentially had to deal with Soul Killer, I supposed I should get my ass on the task. So I called up Missy through a Neuralink. Hey, how's it going? Fine on my end. What about yours? She sounded pretty neutral. Just got my head wrapped up with the nanites, the whole mutant flesh-to-warp material thing. You know? Was thinking you'd know something I could do to help with it. Oh, on the nanite end? Or the mutant end? Oh, mutant, I see. Have you talked to Quartz? Have you? That name was vaguely familiar, my mind quickly searching for Topaz's brother Quartz. Right? I'd only seen him once, briefly at Missy's bar when we were getting ready for the raid. He can help? If he's not watching reality net shows, he's studying G-genes. T talked to Topaz about meeting him. Hamzadi got it. Then I thought about potential employment. By the way, any contracts come through for Dreadwire? Quite a few, Sai. She took another second. About 10 this last week, filtering them down to figure out which ones are worth sending your way. Music video was good for your rep. Hummed? Why don't you just send them all? Halpamakas, half of them are traps for your bounty. Other half are dirty? Aren't all contracts for a mercenary dirty? Sure, if you look at it one way. I'm just thinking about what contracts your mother would be fine with you. I don't. I'll be the judge of that. Fine. I'll send some your way. The very first one that came up was a Metal Heavens contract to kill Diana. Bishop Stockery again. Another chance for his forgiveness. I declined it. Another one was a kidnapping of some corporate lady for extortion by Crime on Souls. A second was an assassination on some politician by Muramasa. A third was to install some daemons on a Metal Heavens outpost by Los Diablos. Each of them had payments in the hundreds of thousands. But I declined all. Even the last one from Los Diablos. I recognized the address. It was Maiden's, the very place I was going to right now. I sighed. She probably needed to relocate now. It was a shame since the shelter was the perfect place to rehabilitate dog whistlers' unwilling victims. As for now, I left Topaz a message. By the time I got to Maiden's shelter, I received a response. My brother wants to know if this is about Soul Killer. If it is, he wants in. And also, he wants to meet Diana. The 23rd of October, 7:15 p.m. Diana in the last few days. I'd been surrounded by more people than screens, which was unusual for me. Sitting in the booth, a lady was doing my makeup as the talk show host. Some Syntech-affiliated celebrity named Ricky Tremble got things ready. I had a whole inbuilt teleprompter flowing over my eyes projectors. A script built perfectly to put my dad and the police into a good light. Now, honey, I know you're nervous. Since this is your first public appearance, the makeup lady giggled as she did my eyelashes. But just be yourself, Thier. Most publicly favored version of yourself. Don't need to be someone you're not. What do you mean? I smiled, doing my best to hide my jittery nerves. I've never been anyone but Silvereye. Chapter 172. Chapter 38. Silver Hearts of Haven, Diane Ulrich Appreciation Post. First public appearance on the Ricky Tremble Show. Who's tuning in? Comments. The 23rd of October, 7:30 p.m. Diana, live on air at the Ricky Tremble Talk Show. Good evening, New California. Ricky Tremble put on a charming grin. Childhood gene therapy and a healthy surplus of cosmetic mutations lent him a smile that would make anybody reciprocate. Welcome to the Ricky Tremble Show, hosted by none other than yours truly. Tonight, I'm delighted to host an upcoming star for our free city. Meet the silver-haired beauty with a heart of gold, Diana Ulrich, Silvereye. I strolled onto the stage, using all 6 months of my actress training to put on a fake smile and follow the instructions I was told. Angle to the light. Don't be in a hurry, smile. And hug the host, but not too tightly so they don't think you're promiscuous. I was perfectly fine with the last one. He held on for a brief second before adjusting back into his seat as I did the same on a couch next to his desk. More than a few million people would watch live from netcasters, and the more influential were seated in the dark ahead of me. I waited for the clapping to stop before speaking, my voice coming through speakers with a gentle spark. I'm glad to be here. Thank you for hosting me, Ricky. The pleasure is mine, Ricky said firmly, before leaning in. Now, before we start, there's a question everyone is dying to know. Are you single? I held back my sigh, instead turning to the cameras around and winking as a part of me died inside while reading the text projected to my eyes. Let's just say I'm ready to mingle. Ricky leaned back in his chair, putting a shocked face as he lifted his hands to the side of his head, and the audience laughed, whistled, and clapped. Well, consider that a Ricky Tremble exclusive. You heard it here first. All right. I won't pester you about your dating life for too long. After all, you're a first-rank investigator. What an inspiration. The daughter of Brian Ulrich, none other than the corporate advisor off this government, taking the fight onto the streets. Well, I leaned in. I think I'd rather say I'm trying to take the fight out from the streets. As for being an inspiration, I'm merely following in the footsteps of those that have guided me here. Ah, I think you're discrediting yourself. After all, you've taken some high-profile cases, Tell me, which one are you most proud of? Most proud of? Let's see. It might not actually be one of my recent ones. This one was earlier in my career, before my name came out to the public, as my father's daughter. Oh, another-exclusive. Ricky turned a curious eye to the audience. Please, we'd love to know. I batted my eyes to the camera, turning away slightly to add some of that shy flair. It was a case between me and a dear friend. Fresh police recruits at the time. We were stationed at a park where this child got separated from his mother. We spent hours searching for them. I remember it getting really late outside, so we had to treat the kid to some ice cream when he was getting worried. Thankfully, his mother popped up by the precinct in time, and they were reunited happily. It was the small things like seeing that kid so relieved which keep me fighting. The case was real. The sequence of events was not. The kid had been told by his mother to go play out a park while she went to get drugs from a nearby alley. Apparently, she couldn't even wait as she spent hours high out of her mind while we were looking for her. In the end, the kid was returned. But there was a frown on his face as he left me and Yvette. It's definitely stories like that which show what's important to a person. Tremble smirked. Out of all the people in this city, I think all of us are immensely glad that someone like you ended up with a gold sim. At least you're not going around chasing pigeons? Pigeons, I said, confused. A crowd laughed at something I apparently wasn't very online for. Oh, don't tell me you didn't see it on Hotgram. A clip's going viral of Dreadwire going around catching pigeons. You'd think someone like him would be using his power for more nefarious means. A clip showed in my view of Ripley doing complicated maneuvers to catch a pigeon in his grasp. That's certainly an odd choice. I laughed. Well, what can I say except not everyone uses their powers for the right things? I think it's merited that when you come into great potential, you have to hold yourself to a responsibility to make right with it. Oh, wow, you're just full of inspirational quotes today. I'm just trying to be what I want those around me to act like. I turned to the cameras. After all, who doesn't love being around people who will stand up for what they believe in? Couldn't agree more, Silvereye. And speaking of that name, is it just because of your eye color? Ricky had a curious glint. I suppose you could say that was the main inspiration. But it's a name I actually chose for myself. I'm glad it stuck. They say that silver is the color of truth, and I want to keep my eye out to always uncover it. It's also what they used back in the day for mirrors, but that's something my dad told me. He'd say I spent too many hours looking at everything I did wrong. My dad did, in fact, say that to me. My actual dad, Yorick Jones. Oh wow, that's a little family history for us. Now, I understand that your identity was kept hidden for the first few years of your career. How does it feel to be open about it now? Well, this was the part of the script that my feed highlighted. It's been a change, moving to the public sphere. I guess you could say I sort of wanted to avoid it for a while, but now more than ever. It's important to make your voice have a difference in the world. If I can be that voice, I'll shine light upon the issues others don't want to speak up against. Oh, so would you call yourself an activist? I suppose I am. I scratched my cheek. I try not to be annoying about it, but I'm very passionate about some causes. In fact, so is my dad. Now was the part where he spent money. Part of the reason why I agreed to come and talk today was because I'm excited to announce that my father and I have created the Silver Heart Foundation. It was just as a surprise to me as it is to anyone watching. With it, we plan to aid in rehabilitating many of our homeless and less fortunate, to give those struggling a chance to acquire some security as we move forward into the fifth swarm. Ricky turned Avery's slight memento of confusion, but as the presenter he was, he perfectly improvised a reaction. Oh, wow. I'm so glad to see that the power duo of father-daughter is doing everything they can to brighten this city up. What can I say? He has an eye for the bigger picture, while I'll work my way through the trenches. I turned my gaze deep into the cameras, knowing he was watching. Backstage, I breathed a sigh of relief as my nerves finally cooled down. This was too much public attention. Hell, they'd even asked me about it. I gave some bogus improv about it being a change, and that I was still the same Diana as before. But the truth is, I was far from who I used to be. I couldn't tell if I hated this or maybe even liked it. I hated the fact that it could have been the second. Gotta say, Diana, you're a natural at this. Ricky smiled, strolling into my room. That bit where you showed your powers, lifting and zapping the air. Oh, cinema gold. I'm telling you. And pun intended. Thank you, Ricky. I was eager to end this day now. No more acting for at least a few days. Now, I think I'll... So, he interrupted me. This is your first time coming here, but normally after the shows we have a little bar celebration. Just some place where we talk business or gossip. And it's invite only, so no plebs to ruin our fun. You got any preferences? Preferences? In chems, people? Plain alcohol and regular VIPs or something more. The entertainers here are top-notch. Hollywood talent at its finest. Ricky leaned against my table, a hopeful smile on his face. I think I'm good. It wasn't that interested in celebrity gossip. Just sighing plenty of people who want to get to know the Silver Eye. Good place to make connections. He pushed forward. Yeah, I just have a day job to worry about. I collected my coat and bag, pulling out some shades and putting them on my face. Ah, don't do that. He pointed to my shades. My shades, why? There'll be a whole lot of paparazzi when you leave, he sighed. No point in getting pics of Silver Eye if you're not going to see her silver eyes. Though, you could take shelter here. I'd accommodate you any day. Biting my lips in frustration, I pulled them off. All right. Thanks for the tip. I began walking to the exit. But Ricky held my arm lightly. You're seriously leaving? I am. I have responsibilities. You're kiddin', he blew from his lips. You actually believe the stuff you say up there? I have to. I pulled my arm free and began walking down to the exit. Then I pulled my shades back up. True to his words, there was a storm of paparazzi waiting down below. Their eyes modified and bulky as lights on their forehead flashed in my direction to capture all my angles. Unsure, I just walked through. Guards and bouncers on my side blocking any overeager fans from getting near me, and some of the things they were saying. What was it like going undercover and staying under Simon Jugoslaw? Is it true you went to Little Requiem? What's your relation to Dreadwire? Which sexual preference do you have? Were you and Anthony Graj dating? Can you take off your glasses for a shot? We're insensitive. I stopped in the middle of the carpet, my glasses floating off my head with a thin spark. I only have one thing to say. Now better than ever. These were all reporters for minor news agencies who sold their headlines to the big media outlets controlled by corporations. But some would keep a hold of any juicy gossip they could get and regurgitate it through the net. Electricity tangled through my hair, lifting it to the autumn wind as my voice and soul burned into those onlookers. Men like Simon Jugoslaw thought lightning was chance. I am the reminder it's judgment. I've struck once. I'll strike twice. Strike until silence breaks, and the thunder you hear will be the city waking up. They could get all their camera flashes for now. I felt pretty badass, I couldn't lie. My glasses zapped back to my eyes as a car rolled in for my exit. Seated in front of me was none other than Executive Investigator Keegan, the man who helped Anthony find out where I was when Soul Killer kidnapped me. He sat opposite me in the lavish car. It was too eerily reminiscent of the vehicle that had stolen me away. Your father would like to commend you on a job well done. He can tell me that in person. I looked through the blacked-out windows. There were still people following me to the hotel I was staying tonight. Keegan sighed before clicking a button to his left. Light spilled next to him, forming a replica of the man I hated. Brian Ulrich looked at me with a wise grin. I had been hoping for a scowl. Quite the spectacle you can create. A little firecracker, aren't you? That was quite the exciting line. You're very marketable. I rubbed the bridge of my nose. This was the last thing I wanted right now, and here I wanted to piss you off. Oh, by the whole Silver Heart Foundation? He barked a laugh. Ah, quite the contrary. Rila pulled your name up on the charts. I'll get my men to handle it. A quick 2 million, 4 million. I said with steel, 4 million Shardine. To shelters and orphanages of my choosing. The foundation's under my name after all. I want rehabilitation for those who were involved with the earthquake and its effects. Any veterans who've suffered over a century of being forgotten. Children who are being exploited. All of it. People in those positions are the best type for the swarm. He picked up a drink from the air. What type? Desperate, disposable. He gulped it down. Provides a buffer for our real operations. Otherwise, we end up losing too many bronzes, silvers, golds. We'll let them win medals of honor and join back into civilization. And those who end up developing further than we expect will end up having their implants taken once their duty is over. But they should be glad to have made a difference. It's thanks to them we thrive. This is why I fucking hate you. I pounded on the car door, but it didn't even rattle. You hate me, yet you relish over things you get from me. You can't deny that. Your security, your life. It's all capable of being so much more than what you let it be. Brian put his drink down. Still thinking of going after Soul Killer? How about? I don't tell you what I'm thinking. Stubborn, aren't you? He said nonchalantly. You'll be glad to know then that we've received news? News? I perked forward. Just a little rumor that the Revenant has more enemies than we thought. I'm not saying this to get you chasing these mysterious allies down, but rather that the police might not need to do much after all. What do you mean? Don't worry about it for now. I'll tell you more once a deal is finalized. Brain smiled, and then he vanished. I looked at Keegan, lightning spitting from my hand. Do you know anything about that? Keegan remained entirely still. All I know is that everything will be handled if you play your part. I gritted. After everything I've been through, I really needed to punch something. Thankfully, I'd be taking the fight to Soul Killer soon. Speaking of, did Ripley update me yet? In fact, he did. So, I have a lead on the infected implant. Only issue is that we need to visit a guy called Quartz. As in, both of us. You free tomorrow? Also, he wants to see the Revenant Serum. Chapter 173. Chapter 39. Outskirts the 24th of October, 1:34 p.m. Diana, Lillian Rose. It had been a bit hypocritical of me to take a few days off when I'd boasted about having a day job to tremble, but certain situations called for me to reorient my priorities. I just told Corporal Alex I had business with my father. She didn't need any further explanation. Hopefully, tomorrow's mission would be quiet. Also, did Ripley not have a car? Why did I have to pick him up? Wasn't this someplace he could get to by the metro? Parked outside his building, I checked the mirror to see if my Lillian Rose appearance was stable. Grayed skin, black hair, red eyes, and a hint of fangs. It was the opposite of Silvari's perfect capture of elegance. Perfect. Ripley knocked on the window several minutes into my waiting, getting in the passenger seat as he sighed. Okay, where is the place? Why are you asking me? I gave him a weird look. I'm not. He turned to the back seat, but no one had gotten in. Regardless, I turned back and saw a man waving his hand at me. Dark skin, buzzed blonde hair, and a whole lot of piercings. He was the picture-perfect delinquent that every parent told their kids to stay away from. With a flick, I aimed my gun at the intruder. Whoa, he leaned back. Chill? Don't you recognize me? I have no clue who the fuck you are, I said sharply. Well, I recognize you, even if you're Lady Dracula right now, but you sure you don't? Not even from a certain hotel terrorist attack. I squinted my gaze. You're that guy I couldn't sense. You were helping the R0N1N? Ripley sighed. Diana, meet Topaz. Topaz, meet Diana. How you doing? He raised his hand for me to shake. I didn't take it. Something was off about him. He was like a void in my senses, no Zol resonance whatsoever. He shook his head. Relax. I'm not as perverted as Mr. Shard Operator here. Besides, I swing the other direction. I shook my head. That's not what I'm. What the fuck do you mean, perverted? Ripley raised his voice. Just sayin', man. You worked at a brothel. I bet you got to see and touch a whole lot of women there. Besides, the things you and Elsa whisper about when you think I'm not there, it was mostly men at the club, actually, Ripley corrected. Lucille had a lot of the girls go to specialty cosmetic operators, though I still fine-tuned them. Okay, I interrupted. Can we put this weird conversation aside for now? Where are we supposed to go? Topaz grumbled to himself, sending something over to Ripley, who then forwarded over to me. We both blinked when we looked at the location. It was southeast in the 9th precinct. So far southeast that it was just on the border of New California's territory. Technically speaking, though, the swarm walls would rise more around their central territories, and it was a 5-hour drive. You can't be serious, Ripley said to himself. Your brother is a nomad, Topaz shrugged. Not exactly, though. Some do hang around that area for trade. He's not really a people's person, let's just say. I rubbed my eyes. Whatever, I'll drive quickly. Shouldn't be much police patrol on the way there, but I don't exactly have a driving license under this identity. Ripley took it the wrong way, however. Yeah, no, I'm not risking getting arrested again. The last time that happened, my mom threatened me. Get out, I'll drive. Elsa hooked me up with permits for everything you could think of. Huh, why not me? Topaz pouted. Remember the motorbike. Ripley drew a sharp glare. Topaz feigned knowing what he was talking about. You are the one who ended up tossing it at you, Joe, Topaz mumbled. Begrudgingly, I swapped seats with Ripley. True to what Topaz had said, I'd seen Ripley pull off some insane tricks with his motorbike a month ago, in those clips of how he maneuvered with the help of his arachne. Getting his hands on the steering wheel, Ripley took a deep breath. Okay, first time's the charm. I paused. Wait, you've never driven a car before? He reversed, and we scratched the car next to us with a shrill shriek. It took everything in me not to electrocute him. He sheepishly rubbed his neck before nodding away at no one. Starlight. Think you could play some racing games real quick? 4 hours and 50 minutes left to reach quartz? A pink fairy-like child sat on the screen of my car's console, holding a digital steering wheel that mirrored my physical wheel when turned. I would have taken the car back, but Starlight proved a really good driver. Remind me, Topaz spoke up, startling me as I forgot he was there. How is your barely 2-week-old AI daughter better than you at driving? She's a quick learner. Gets that from me. Ripley looked through the window mindlessly before turning to me. So, I saw you on a netcast yesterday. Impressive stuff. Didn't think you could smile that much. Hey, I smile plenty. I scowled. All right, I believe you. Ripley put his hands up. Just saying, that was a badass line from yours. I've struck once. I'll strike twice. Strike until silence breaks, and the thunder you hear will be this city waking up. Not gonna lie, Chills. I turned my head away, honestly a little embarrassed. Yeah? What's yours then? Mine. I guess you mean Dreadwire. He looked outside the windows and thought. How about? He deepened his voice. In a world that is warped, I'm the constant you should fear. Topaz chuckled. That Isnotad Dreadwire line. That is such a lame Ripley Donovic statement. Even I chimed in. Could use some work. I don't really get it. He breathed out, searching with his hands for a way to answer. It's because of how warp energy works. You know, there's like physical rules of space-time and chemistry. It's all based on constants. But warp energy changes those. Even for espers. I turned an inquisitive eye on him. Especially for espers. You guys are walking middle fingers to the rules of reality. He raised his finger up at me. You didn't exactly think normal physics allowed you to shoot out electricity and lift metal, right? Not exactly, I said under my breath. He then went on to give a long-winded explanation about his theories about my cells, stating that I had to have some weird metabolic electrogenic properties within me that caused my body to create chemical reactions and draw electrons from them. It made sense. I just didn't understand it. God, I quit studying stuff like that for a reason. I trailed on, trying to feign some boredom even if his excitement was oddly endearing. You did? Since when? Before I got redopted. Funny, I was actually studying to be a shard operator. It felt like so long ago. Ripley held back a laugh. You? I felt offended by the humor he felt. Hey, what's funny about that? Nothing. He wiped tears, only pissing me off more. Just didn't expect that. Why? Because I don't need it. Better off an actress, am I? My eyes narrowed in on him. No, because you're like a different kind of smart. Not street smart. Exactly. But like ... instinctually gifted ... I guess. You don't hesitate to make quick calls even when you lack information. I tend to analyze every possibility and try to ensure the best one. You just act. When I trust my instincts, it doesn't usually end well. A challenging smile carved up my lips. So you're calling me impulsive and yourself intellectual. He blinked. No, I'm just kidding. I let out a snicker before my eyes turned to remembrance. I can see it, hell. I remember it. Back in that club, I didn't know what to do. I was just so short-sighted. Insane. Honestly, what officer with no implant hauls a plasma rifle and takes the fight to a damn gold malignant? Ripley droned out a sigh. You're acting like I was in my right mind, too. I ended up taking too long to make some decisions. I get so trapped in my head that sometimes I make the wrong ones. I saw people getting hurt, and I jumped down after you. He pursed his lips, as though confused why he did that. I shuffled deeper into my seat. I knew why. His personality editor, it made him forget that the reason he jumped down was because of Celine. Remembering what Dreadwire said, I changed topics, unsure if any mention would only aggravate his mind. So, how'd you end up building your arachne back so quickly? Arachnodyne? He said firmly. Dyne is used to indicate it generates lift and power to carry me through the air. As for how, a lot of money. What, like 50 thou? I guessed. Multiply that by around 12, he seethed. Huh? I felt my head sink into the leather cushions. God, why do people even become shard adapters if they can damage their stuff so easily? It's so much easier with mutagen. You stick it in you, and it's yours permanently. Right, but if you stick the mutagen and it doesn't give you what you want, then you're fucked. Got a permanently bad power, he argued. I argued back. Well, I happen to be an exception to that. Ah, you know what? I also happen to be an exception too. I can analyze and decipher implants. I doubt a sim can help you understand them the way a bug does. After all, you needed me for this. That's because you're a nerd. I spat out, not offensively. I choose to take that as a term of endearment. DJ. Oh, this cunt. Sure thing, Rippy. Topaz whistled from behind me. How did he make his presence vanish? You guys got tension, you know that? I snapped back, uncomfortable heat in my ears. Oh yeah, what kind of fucking tension? Oh, let me guess. Let's see. Co-workers who hate each other but actually have some respect. Ripley didn't seem to get it. That's more in line with me and Diamante. I took a guess now. I don't know. I guess we are facing some super evil guys who hide under the public's noses. Oh no, Starlight was closer. Topaz said. Well, those were your guesses. Whatever, I sighed. This was going to be a long ride. Turning up the car's music, a song started playing. A web of dreads, what you're after, and I'm strapping to kill, huh? I chuckled, amused. Almost sounds like a song about you, Ripley. Topaz cackled from behind as Ripley turned red. Oh, do I have something to tell you, Diana? 4 hours and 30 minutes left. Watching the music video, I had my mouth permanently affixed open by the end of it. Those were some really graphic special effects. Oh, yeah. Special effects, that's what they were. Starlight chuckled. But was she nervous? Could an AI even be nervous? And Dreadwire had told me to take Starlight from Ripley if he ever. So, what are you, Starlight? Like a piece of Ripley's mind, or I leaned closer to the cute child like digital fairy. Oh, I guess I'm sort of like his daughter, in terms of where my source code came from. I'm like 70% him and 30% Twilight, with my base coding utilizing Amaterasu's leftovers. She explained. I didn't understand what that meant. I see. So, Amaterasu helped make you? I promise you. We've done the scans, Ripley said. She looks to be clear of any problematic coding. Well, other than the stuff I got from you, Dad? Starlight flashed a mischievous grin that Ripley rolled his eyes at. I chuckled to their dynamic, but I was also curious. How does it feel to be an AI? Well, I'd imagine you'd find it weird if your mind suddenly ran on warp code. But for me, it's normal. I have no frame of reference to compare. Even when I synchronize with Ripley, I'm still a separate entity, just capable of interacting with his implant a bit more. That's interesting. So, do you sleep? Eat? Number? But I do regular maintenance where I enter a temporary off state to make backups of myself. She pulled out an outline. Her outline. Though I do get hungry occasionally, it's more like a drive for information in action. All I do is think. Really. I have no physical vessel and biological needs to tend to. Huh, I guess I'm kind of the same. Sitting still doesn't work for me. Yeah, I can tell. You've been shaking your knee since the ride started. I looked down. Oh shit, I was. Actually, when I get bored, I just play games with Seraphim. She's really good at them. Maiden doesn't mind, says it's a different kind of training for her. Pattern recognition and problem-solving skills. We're currently playing through the Stitcher series together. Starlight pulled up a picture of a white-haired man with stitches running under his eyes to lift a giant needle and spear it into a monster. Wait, what? Ripley shot up from his seat. That game is for adults. You can't play that. It's violent and will mess your coding up. Uh-huh. Starlight folded her arms. You say that, but you're the one who makes Dreadwire go around, and she swiped her hand across her neck, making a choking sound as her golden eyes turned to X's. I gave an accusing look to Ripley as my lips curved to accuse him. Hey, really? Shame on you for being a bad influence. Hey, you know how hard it is being a dad to someone who lives in your skull? I have like 3 different privacy filters now, just so that she doesn't get traumatized by everything I've gone through, he complained. Starlight's smart, but she's still young. I'm in a conundrum of parenthood, and I know the things I do as Dreadwire are bad. He took a deep breath, gazing intently at Starlight. They're bad, Starlight. I hurt people, and I know it's for the sake of my mother, but she had a naive smile on her face. But you'll stop and become a good guy once you help her. Ripley stilled, waves of his warp energy betraying me something akin to hesitance. But whether to convince himself or appease Starlight, he nodded. I will. And that goes for you too, Diana. I don't want to be a bad guy. Well, at least you're present in her life, I said. My mind still unsure of who exactly Ripley was as a person. He'd proven strong, capable, smart. But it was clear based on what I knew of him that he was deeply wounded, unstable, a walking risk. Yet, I'd seen motivation ripple through him. Something had to drive him to develop into Dreadwire so quickly. And it was easier for me to think it was for love rather than greed. Not to say he wasn't greedy, but he had that sort of greed of someone who sought the unknowable. Maybe it was strange, even hypocritical, but I trusted that aspect of him far more than any of my police pals. I was staring for a bit too long, so I changed topics. Starlight. Fuck it. I'm bored. If I connect my frame to the car, then can you put some fighting games for us to play? Oh, sure. Which one? Mutant Combat, the newest one? My dad said it was too bloody. That was why we played it together. I snuck some more taunts towards Ripley. Fine, you know what? I'll join in too, Ripley said, his eyes lighting a muted pink, slapping some controls on my frame's display. I selected to connect to the car. 3 hours and 30 minutes left. Ripley slammed his head against the steering wheel, resulting in a loud honk after losing to both me and Starlight for the 20th time in a row. You know what? It's because we're playing Mutant Combat. Put Shard Fighter on right now. 3 hours left. Ripley slammed his against the steering wheel again. Turns out I was just better. And Starlight was even better. I'd only won against her once, and that was because she was simultaneously fighting me and running a street race with some random biker who passed us. She won the race as well. 30 minutes left. Ripley decided to sleep his woes away, snoring in the driver's seat. Meanwhile, Starlight and I were watching a movie. An old one. An old one. Indiana Jones. I ran the calculations. There is no way he could have survived a nuclear explosion by hiding in a fridge. There's direct evidence of that from the collapse. Starlight was clearly the type of watcher who dissected every inaccuracy in a movie. I got the hint she derived that from Ripley. As the movie finished, I felt a pair of hands sneak up behind me and tangle into my hair. Topaz took me by surprise once again, and I nearly elbowed his face. Okay, what the fuck? I'm just bored. But you know what? Watching that movie gave me an interesting thought. He had a shit-eating grin pour over his face. What? I bet plenty of guys would want to be in Diana Joe. Just because you're gay doesn't mean I won't zap your balls off. Did it once to a guy who was too wise for his own good, I warned, and he shrank away. Okay, fine. He tapped his head against the window. We'll go to the true and trusted way to solve boredom between strangers. Let's discuss what type of guys we like. No, I said quickly. The last time I had that conversation, it didn't end up well with that person. How so? Indra Harmony. He shut up quick after that, though I wasn't done talking to him. Okay, for real. I have an innate ability to detect people's presences, but I don't feel anything from you. It's like you're not there unless I'm in constant awareness of you. Don't forget in a small crowd, he said, as though giving me a hint. Honestly, yeah, felt a weird tingle trying to reach my heart. That must have been you. You could feel that. A deviant mutation, right? Some of them are really weird. Ripley's eyes shot open at that, his voice slurring out from his sleep. Hold on, Topaz, you have a deviant mutation. Do you think any random mutant can just appear invisible without being invisible? He chuckled. Yeah, my brother and I both have one. Huh, Ripley muttered. Makes sense. No, it doesn't. I seethed. Soul resonance doesn't work on Topaz. How on earth could that work? Topaz, returned Ripley with a devilish smile. It doesn't, if you keep on thinking of warp energy as something scientific. He grinned. Sorry, Mr. Explaining the laws of pseudoscience energy. Explain, he barked. Souls are a real thing, he said easily. My soul is just permanently kept in a jail cell. Uh-huh. And your brother? I leaned in. Oh, his soul is like a star. Can't miss it. He then pointed to an off-road path. Continuing on that path, I wasn't sure what Topaz meant by that. But even as we strayed far from asphalt and onto desert stone and sand, I had my mind wrapped around the concept of souls. Was Soul Killer's name not just a metaphor? Then I felt it. It was like a bright spark of light beaming into my eyes. Even Ripley flinched, so powerful and radiant I could tell where it was coming from without needing a map. An engulfing mass of pure presence suffocated me, making it difficult for my mind to think of anyone or anything else. And then I shivered, realizing that this was just iron. I'd expected something like gold from this radiance. Parking the car, I saw that the house was a large tent with a generator hooked up to it. Walking in, there were discarded snack boxes all over the floor and littered trash piling up throughout the room, until finally we saw Topaz's brother Quartz. He sat on the far edge of his bed, his body covered in cloths and scarves that concealed every inch of his skin. His warning was clear through a muffled voice. Don't come any closer. Chapter 174. Chapter 40. The Crystal Twins, the Shahani Nomad Clan's Beliefs, according to an unknown Floridian Gulf refugee. I have spent months here in these frozen wilds. Months where my life had only been allowed to remain thanks to the benevolence of the Shahani clan. I do not wish to call my saviors odd, but they certainly have unconventional beliefs. Once, I was an anthropologist for Syntech. I collected scattered information from the Old Net's archives and created a living tapestry to repiece the old world's history and culture. It appears now that my view had been so focused on the past that I missed out on the new cultures of the present. I have never been spiritual yet. Life in these wilds seems to require a belief in a higher being, or at least in the magnificence of warp energy as a spiritual medium. Shardware is not favored here for its heavy maintenance and tendency to grow dysfunctional in the cold, but mutants and espers prosper, albeit those that are shard adapters are sometimes venerated if the conditions are right. They believe that implants are vessels for their souls to each to the beyond, that the wind sweeping western air from the Pacific to the east is a trial, their sacred animal in the caribou, and that all souls are bound to the Shah. The great nothingness, the great everything. The 24th of October, 6:58 p.m. Ripley. Don't come any closer. Quartz's voice rose as a shadowy echo from under his garbs. He was certainly dressed for the cold this time of the year, but the weather wasn't why he covered his skin. I could feel an intense pull of my awareness towards him. It was psychic manipulation, a form of thought control. Not whatever this soul-searching bullshit Topaz mentioned. Not that psychers made much sense either. Despite his warnings, Topaz stepped closer to Quartz and placed a gentle touch on his brother's arm, like an imploding bubble. The draw on my consciousness ceased. Diana eased the tension in her body too, turning an incredulous eye to the twins. Okay, what's going on? One of you. I can sense from several kilometers away. The other I can't feel even when he's in the same car as me. Quartz stayed still, the visor concealing his eyes honing on Diana. You're Silveria. Yes? Quartz turned away, pulling out a small device that displayed a holographic poster of her. Could I get an autograph? Just scribble your finger over it? Diana's eyes squeezed tight. What? Topaz kept a hand on his brother, but the other waved at Diana. Just do it. He doesn't get a lot of personal interaction. He saw your interview and really liked it. It's nothing weird, he just needs it. I'd never seen Topaz so focused, so serious. He didn't spin any joke out of it. Diana pinched her eyebrows, walking up to the device and signing her name on it. Okay, now can I get some explanations? Quartz looked at the signed autograph with what I could only call a tenderness before finding Recluse back in his corner. You're after Soul Killer, correct? Yes. Quartz's voice dimmed. I need a Sol Nexus mutagenized implant for my research. Research for what? I took a seat on a log. Did he cut trees for warmth around here? Since when did you and Topaz dig into Soul Killer? I thought Missy was handling that. She is a very distracted person. Her focus lies on Mr. Skeleton right now. Quartz never directly turned his gaze to anyone. Soul Killer, on the other hand, is someone we have history with. I leaned in. This one of those rare moments where a bit of decade-engulfed gossip got shed. How so? Quartz looked up to Topaz, who nodded with a quiet solemnity before breathing. We were subjects of his. Subjects? Like kept in one of his Nexus labs? Diana found her own log, maintaining a healthy distance from Quartz. How? Were you infected? Not anymore. Missy had her methods to cure us, Topaz said with a dim light in his eyes. We were located in a Nexus lab, located in what was once a building ground for a siege capital in the eastern wilds. Siege capital. Recruitment for them was surging, and they'd accept anyone suicidal enough to go to one. Effectively, they were outposts capable of housing 100,000 to several million volunteers for the swarm. It was a way to draw the Mal's attention off from the main free city and to establish forward ground during the Malswarm. Where? Diana said with concern. Texas. Old Texas, Topaz said quietly. Missy broke us out a little more than a decade ago, a year or two before Mirage's induction into the group. Soul Killer is all the way in. Texas? How is that possible? Even with golds, I don't see how their range could extend so far, Diana said with wide eyes. It doesn't work like that. At least, I think it doesn't. Quartz opened up another projector, displaying a map of America. A golden dot was present in what I recognized as Texas, and a series of branching lines extended to other states like Arizona, Wyoming, where the Yellowstone District was, Colorado, and a thick web over Utah, where most of Westbrook was located. Each nexus is a node, a chain in a web of linked souls, and they all connect to the east. Diana looked nauseous. You're telling me Soul Killer's titanium nexus isn't even in New California? Quartz shook his head. If they were, they would have been detected long ago. Instead, they're hiding among the astral presence of other soul stealers. What did any of this mean? Astral presence? Soul stealers? You mean Diana seemed to have put things together. Mals? He's hiding his true location by hiding in territory where the Mals are more prevalent? Precisely? Topaz shrugged. Ripley, you following? Yeah. I shook my head. Okay, so it was a psionic network, numerous minds branching out signals, all while bound to a central origination of titanium somewhere to the east, masked in interference of the Mal's warp energy. It's sort of like a psionic proxy protocol. Titanium controls golds. Golds control silver. They control everyone else. Starlight chimed in my head and I regurgitated it. If that's what makes it easy for you to believe, then sure. Topaz side-eyed me. Now let my brother finish up his explanation. Souls, even separated, are bound as one. Quartz said that, like it made sense, to consume his mutagen is to accept a piece of their corruptive soul into you to replace it. Should the mutation soul forfeiture reach 100% development, your mind might be retained, but your spirit is forever tainted. And soul death? Diana asked, sweat on her face. Is for the revenant to sacrifice a piece of his being to call forth from the astral plane. Quartz said, like this was how the world worked. Okay, now you lost me, Diana said. How about we start from the top? Topaz said to his brother. Quartz nodded, still not moving his body an inch towards us. You have implants, correct? Duh. Diana and I answered at the same time. Where do your implants draw power from? He asked. From warp code, I said confidently. Mutagen. Diana replied in kind. Topaz crossed his arm dramatically. Wrong, at least according to what we think, warp energy. We both corrected at the same time. Topaz nodded, closer. But where is that warp energy coming from? I sighed. From our metabolism? It's produced as a byproduct? Quartz addressed me without directly looking at me. You are a scientist, correct? Then you should have some formula for it. Conservation of mass and energy and whatnot. Well, there's a whole lot of variables for it. If anyone knows the formula, it's founder Beauregard Mazir. I defended myself. Or maybe she does not understand it as well. Quartz sighed. Warp energy is not of this world, ... In fact, I doubt it can even be called an energy. No way was I letting that slide. Bullshit. It can do work. Work? Deanna eyed me with that glint in her eye that made you feel like you were stupid and weird. It's the scientific term for, you know what? Quartz explained. What is warp energy according to your guru ass? It is a form of governance over the world through thought, conscious and subconscious, originating from a realm separate to ours, the astral plane. Our world lives on the rules matter and individual thought. Everything lives with unique presence. Whereas the astral plane is a world of immaterial bound by a collective consciousness. Universal presence, Quartz declared in a muted tone. Uh-huh. I gave them both the stink eye. Another plane of existence that hasn't been reported on. Where's the proof? Us? Topaz smiled. Soul swirl and soul spill. Mine and my brother's respective deviant mutations. Swirl and spill, Diana muttered under her breath. Those names were ridiculous. I think I get it. Okay, then explain it to me. I breathed. To explain this, theorem of the nature of our powers, Quartz said quietly, we will accept the assumption that implants are a bridge between this material plane and the astral plane, allowing an adapter to access abilities using the ether they derive from the immaterial world. Oh, great. And now he's calling warp energy that pseudo-scientific term, ether. Effectively, Quartz continued, Topa Soul Swirl creates an inward draw on his unique presence. His soul is constantly being confined and pulled into the astral plane's universal presence, thus creating a phenomenon where the world's consciousness of his existence is lessened, whereas my soul spill is the opposite effect, drawing from the astral plane's universal presencing large amounts, and forcing me unique presence to extend beyond my physical form. Effectively, I place myself into the collective consciousness of other people. All right, I folded my arms. So if I'm getting this right, One of you is a generator for endless supplies of warp energy, and the other sucks it dry. Ripley, Topaz teeth gritted, you should really learn to shut your mouth sometimes, because that's exactly what Soul Killer used us for. I seethed in some air, turning my eyes away. Diana's mouth urged on, however. You mean, the Revenant used your powers to create gene limiters and boosters? He used our bodies, Quartz shuddered, Topaz grip getting a little firmer on his brother. For those with Sims, the body, or the physical apparition of our presence, utilizes ether. A blood sample is still inebriated with trace aspects of the combined effect of ether upon the physical body. Mutagen. To take from a mutated adapter's body is to take a piece of our presence, severed and gifted to others. Topaz pointed a finger to himself. And considering my soul constantly dries itself out in the sun, you can imagine how close I come to dying. The only way I could survive was quite literally by taking from my brother. We're synergistic. Our implants came from the same mal. Now that he mentioned it, it was a lot easier to focus on Topaz right now. Diana and I glanced at each other, but I shook my head in confusion. Wait, I thought a malformed only ever produced a single sim. How could one produce two? That, admittedly, is something I do not have a concrete answer on. Quartz sighed. We were children. I only remember a monster with two heads, bound to a single body. Presumably, it would be safe to assume it had two cores as well. As for why they refused to become one, I can only draw conclusions from the nature of the source shards that Topaz and I were touched upon by. Containment is what I think the shard that touched me is called. Don't know which corporate it belongs to, however, Topaz said quietly, and my brother has been touched by the antithetical source, shard of release, in grasp by the Maltitan known as the Typhoon. Two polar opposites, the Mals. They couldn't converge their cores together because they were of opposite frequencies, as Ripley would say. I sat still as he caught me in my tracks. And then you both were likely chosen because you had high compatibilities? Number. We were chosen for our low compatibility, Quartz said, unflinching. We were chosen because we had exactly the same compatibility as the other, forever kept unable to control these powers, but never at risk of losing ourselves to the madness of the astral creatures, threatening to breach through the bridges of our implants. At 29%, we are cursed with survival, but lost to a life. What my brother wants, Topaz took a deep breath, is to find a way to spread his ether to others so that he doesn't constantly live as a massive screech to everyone's senses. Like how Soul Killer does. But obviously that has risks. He can't just take Skay's mutagen and inject it into him. That would only bind him to the hive mind. Instead, he wants to be able to create his own. Diana gazed deeply into Quartz. It would spread his presento others, empowering them, but wouldn't that mean you will gain the ability to control their bodies and minds? That is what I seek to remove from Soul Nexus, Quartz clarified. I do not want to spread my curse to any others, but I do want to remove it from myself. It may sound folly, but perhaps I could even turn it into a gift. I raised my voice, hoping to make something right for my prior misspeak. Nothing wrong about wanting to turn a shitty situation into something good. And what about you, Topaz? Topaz rubbed his head. If I become a part of Quartz network, he'll be able to remove my whole never being on Anyon's mind thing. Otherwise, if we don't get our problems solved soon, then, well, I might be forgotten permanently. How? As much as I had my issues with Topaz, I didn't want him to be forgotten by what I'm doing now. Topaz pointed to the hand holding onto his brother. By holding onto Quartz, it does two things. I'm absorbing his warp energy and not dying. But it also makes my mutation stronger. Because that's what his mutation does. It constantly pulls an ether from that other dimension and empowers him. If he doesn't let it loose into another vessel occasionally, I can also try to draw from others by touching them, but it would be unstable due to my low compatibility and affect me. Quartz is the only one I can safely draw energy from. Similarly, Quartz looked at his brother. If I touch someone else, it sends an unstable surge of ether into them, causing their mutations to grow in strength but also out of their control. It doesn't physically harm me, but I can't touch anyone else without damaging them. Diana's teeth gritted. Soul killer, that fucking bastard. Okay, how would we kill them then? I also added something. Wait, can I get some clarification? How developed are you both? I'll answer Ripley's first. Quartz decided. My constant draw of warp energy is directed towards 2 mutations. The first is soul spill, whereas the second started from a simple light absorption mutation I thought would help conceal me. It has grown immensely more powerful since, allowing me to create illusions, but is also evidence that I cannot control my mutational development. Over the last decade, I have become a tier I5 adapter, but not as strong as one should be in my tier, given my grade. And I'm tier the 3rd. Since I have to keep absorbing energy from my brother? Topaz answered in turn. Really hoping I don't get any higher, otherwise I'll never be on anyone's mind. And if you're wondering about our stats, my energy is at rock bottom. Iron I, similar integrity, and I can't even take any other mutations since I render them ineffective upon contact. Quartz, on the other hand, has titanium tier energy. His body produces a fuck ton of it. A similar integrity, and a high capacity he doesn't want to touch for fear of it going haywire. I'm bronze, and he's iron. Good thing. Otherwise, we would have been killed by our mutations a long time ago. They weren't even silver. Quartz spoke next. As for eliminating Soul Killer, there are multiple options. He pulled up the projector of the map with Soul Killer's approximated nexus locations. We don't have the location of their original titanium node, but they should be located either in Central or Eastern America. Eliminating that would be problematic, because then his gold and silver nexi would lose the cohesion of being bound to a singular mind, while the silvers would still be under control of the golds. The golds would likely wage on each other to create a new titanium nexus to restore balance and become Thetru Soul Killer again. The same would happen if we were to eliminate all of the nexi bridging the titanium nexus to the ones in Westbrook. Either they would wage war, or Soul Killer would send more nexi westward to restore balance. Doesn't sound very killable, I added, while Diana frowned. Effectively, the best way to kill Soul Killer would be to connect to the Hiva mind. Quartz said, theoretically, Topaz could do it, draining ether from the Hiva mind, but they could just as easily kill him during the process. We would need to create a poison for the Revenant's soul, a hostile mutagen capable of eliminating all of them at once by injecting it into their titanium nexus, spreading it down the chain to the rest. I had no idea what to say. That still sounded impossible. Good luck, Diana. She sliced her glare at me before turning to Quartz. Maybe I could do it. I've removed his mutation from those he controls. Haven't been able to sever the control of a nexus yet, but I can burn him from the inside. Can you burn through thousands at once? Quartz said, knowing the answer. You would need to be tier I5, maybe even tier V to systematically have that power to spread your will through an entire country. A few dozen golds, hundreds of silvers, and thousands of lower-grade soulless. While I don't doubt that you could cause significant damage, all it takes is one of them to live, and Soul Killer remains alive. Besides, Topaz sighed. Soul Killer knows implants best. They'd have so many safeguards in place, I wouldn't know where to start. Lightning shattered into the air around Diana. I don't care. I'll find a way, even if it means burning myself, or her breath spilled into the air, manic and cold. Hi, fuck! She kicked her log and clawed at the sides of her head, her appearance shifting as something inside of her seemed to be turning her powers inside out. Fuck. I need a moment to myself. With quick strides, she paced out of the tent, and I was left alone with the twins. Coughing, I gave them a quick look. You two? Catch up. I'll check on her. Diana was seated outside, electric sparks dancing off her and striking the ground, leaving little molten shards that cooled under the wind into crystal. Her breath shivered, every inch of her shaking wildly as her hands clenched so deep that blood trickled down her hands. This is impossible. How did one human get so much power? Lifting my hand, I put it against her shoulder, knowing my water tendency would cool her down. Hey, it just means now you have a concrete way. A concrete way, she coughed bitterly. All I know now is that killing that bastard requires a fucking nuke in terms of psychic or soul energy or whatever. And how on earth can we do that without killing everyone whose lives they've stolen? No, not a bomb. A scalpel, I muttered. It's like shard operating. A fine scalpel moving quick enough to sever hundreds of nerves at once. Mutagen. It's just genetic code modified by implants under warp energy to become more than human. A poison. If we study them, we can kill them. One nexus dead is huge progress from body to implant. We can dissect information and create a countermeasure. The mutation's the same across all nexi. It's only the grade that matters. A few golds. We take them out. You can build something strong enough to eliminate a titanium. That many minds under his control, there will be fractures to exploit. Yeah, Diana sputtered, hope heavy in the sound. Yeah? Just, how do I figure that out? I'm not a fucking geneticist. I doubt I can do anything within these next 3 years before Soul Killer turns the fucking swarm into a buffet. So many bodies under his control, he'll have endless supplies of E-warp energy to work with. Forget titanium. He could go to platinum. Like the founders. Well, better get our asses moving now then, I muttered. You brought the Revenant vial sample? She pulled out a thin syringe, a single stalk of a flower and some petals within the crimson liquid. Not quite thick like blood, but invoking a similar air. It was exactly how I remembered it from the memory I witnessed in that homeless thrall a few months back. The key to turning a human into a Mal. If we figure out all the uses of that vial, I cupped my hand over hers, gently taking the vial for closer inspection. We'll know what Soul Killer is up to, what Skeleton is up to, and then you can strike. Gonna leave it all to me? Diana took the vial away. Her voice didn't hold anger, but rather disappointment. There's a part of me that really wants to go to war with the uncaged, I sighed. But I have my mother to worry about. I'm worried about Skeleton and Dog Whistler. They know too much about me. Yet they're not. So far, they haven't directly hurt me or anyone I know. Not like how you were hurt. I get why you're doing this, but I don't want to drag my mother into these monsters. Diana sniffled, holding back her emotions. You're right. It's unfair of me to expect you to put those around you into harm's way. Thank you, Ripley, for bringing me here. It's difficult, but it's been necessary. Hey, I needed this too. I leaned my head back against the tarp. I don't believe in half of what they said, but some parts could be useful for me. Soul Killer is an expert in implants. If I get my hold on their research, I can do a whole lot. I'll share my findings and help you. Just keep my name out of your mouth. Oh, she turned her silver eyes to me. I should probably warn you. Your name came up by a CO friend. She has you on a suspect list of being Dreadwire. Fuck? I swallowed. How? I was careful ever since I've been Dreadwire. That's the thing. She wasn't looking into your activities while you were Dreadwire. I mean, yeah, it helped her figure stuff out. She just created a rough idea of who you would be prior to the implant. Figured you were at the club and likely a shard operator. And no, she's thinking the snake fangs could help her find you. Crap, one of them knows. I sighed. Hochin, that maidhead friend of mine who you met. Diana took a deep breath. I'll see what I can do to deter her from finding your identity. I looked at her surprised. You'd do that? She averted her gaze away from me, putting a distant affront. I don't want my damn researcher getting arrested. Ever so cold. You just can't admit it. I nudged her with my elbow. She snapped her arm away. Can't admit what? That I'm a little endearing. Shut the fuck up, I know. It's like your catchphrase. Hey, I can say I've taken a fondness for you, you know? I just have the balls to admit it. Sure. Fine, Ripley Donovic. You're not that bad of a guy. Just try and commit less crimes every once in a while. Ah, sure. Guess I'll have to cancel tomorrow then. Can't go breaking into a food plant with you. especially a corporate one. That's a biggest crime. You're the worst, she breathed, but her lip curled into a smile. Just as quickly as it came, it faded as she reached into her pocket and pulled out 2 implants. One was a silver sim, the other was an iron bug. A Soul Nexus implant, I muttered, and a bug injected with the Revenant vial. I'm sure of it. Whatever alliance the Uncaged has is fracturing. Skeleton and Dog Whistler made that bug without Soul Killer's permission. How the hell did it come to this? She swept her hair back. I'm not sure if they're more threatening while united or divided. I took a deep sigh. I think I have some theories about everything. What do you say we go in there and tell those twins what we're thinking? Chapter 175. Chapter 41. Putting things together, the 24th of October, 7:41 p.m., Ripley holding the infected bug in my hands. I put it on the table alongside the Revenant serum sample. So, let's start from the beginning. To be able to figure out what the Uncaged are doing, we need to track their formation throughout the city, their origins. First up is the oldest of them. I picked up the vial. Soul Killer. Diana nodded along, putting her information out onto a board that Starlight was cataloging information on. Based on my research with Dryder, they first appeared in this city following the 4th swarm. Now that we know that his central nexus is somewhere in the unclaimed American wilds, we can assume that they might be linked to one key event, the Infinite's attack on the eastern coast, I concluded, and Diana nudged her chin in agreement. They likely originate, in some capacity, from the free city of the Floridian Gulf, and following its destruction from the Titan, snuck gold and silver Nexi into New California during the refugee crisis. And to facilitate this connection, they likely have nomad clans housing Nexi to act as relays of their influence from Florida to California. Quartz shook his head in confusion. What are you two doing? Figuring out how everything's connected. I smiled, moving the map. From then, Soul Killer set up his labs across the district for the purposes of experimenting with implants. They'd have access to information hidden away in the minds of black market scientists and corporate archives, depending on who's in their hivmeand. Who knows how many people in Westcrook were infected by him? What one Soul Killer knows, all of them know. To be able to handle that extent of sensory data in memory is done by forming a hivmind. And according to what you said, the titanium central nexus is what coordinates the golds, which coordinates the silvers, which coordinates the individual soulless. Even if the titanium nexus is killed off, it would result in each gold becoming their own individual and creating rival soul killer groups. A proxy network, psionic, spiritual, or mutational. Diana sighed, likely similar to how the Dog Whistler operates. Who, as we understand? I started. Starlight drawing a rough dog mask on the hologram, with a gap between her and Soul Killer's flower, is the most recent addition to the Uncaged, largely active for about the last decade or so. In between them, Diana spoke, and Starlight was quick to draw a skull between the flower and dog mask, was Mr. Skeleton, former member of the Misfits with Diamante and Missy until 20 years ago when, I suppose, internal conflict resulted in his supposed death. He disappeared for a few years, but came out of hiding when Little Requiem was established under his control. I nodded tightly, knowing that my girlfriend was part of that, before continuing from where she left off. Now, something that confuses me is that all 3 of them act on the premise of controlling multiple bodies at once? I pointed to the bug, and of course, turning humans into mals. Soul Killer through the mutation, Soul Death, sourced by their Revenant serum, turning mutants into parasites, which they can psionically manipulate, whereas, in the case of Dog Whistler and Skeleton, they have personal samples of the serum, so that the Soul Death mutation could be injected into these bugs. Direct ingestion results in parasites, whereas their method allows for an instant switch to turn the adapters using these implants into fractured malware, and it's not limited to living people, Diana said, jaw tightened. These infected bugs even attach to corpses, shard adapters, mutants, espers, the latter of 2 effectively creating malignants despite only using a bug. The twins listened intently. Diana sighed. Now, What's interesting is that the information given to us about the meat lab was sourced by Mr. Skeleton. But why? Why send us against one of their own? I spoke decisively. Because they're not working together, not anymore. Starlight drew a versus symbol in between all three uncaged. They're entering a period of infighting, of war. According to Mirage, Skeleton's even planning on cutting the dog whistler out through their Dreamframe project. They've been planning on going their separate ways for a while. So then, Diana lifted the infected bug up, Skeleton's usage of these infected implants is probably going against Soul Killer's wishes. He even asked to keep the body of the Nexus in the meat lab for him to take. If I were to assume, he's going to make a mal out of it. And according to your information, Quartz, Aether remains trapped in the body even after it dies, which would cause this mal to be a soul poison. Quartz's eyes opened, connected to the Revenant's spiritual network. The mal would wreak havoc on the gold nexus it is bound to. Diana's face paled, but there was some part of her I knew saw that as a good thing. But it was just as big of a potential threat. Soul Killer was bad, but a parasite version of them. I contemplated the idea out loud. I don't know when Skeleton will do it, but if he has enough Nexus mals act up at once, it could be catastrophic to Soul Killer. But we can't deny that it might result in Hysithernexi becoming parasites themselves in a chain reaction. Or worse, turning Soul Killer into a mal. A psionic hive mind malformed of their grade could cause havoc that devastates city. Diana bit her fingertip. It's like a data devourer malware, but psychic. Topaz's eyes suddenly lit up. Huh, so then we could just let Skeleton do our job for us. But I get the sense it's not that simple, I sighed. A while ago, when I first read the memory of one of Dog Whistler's thralls, I heard a phrase going along, figuring out how someone did it. I think that someone is Soul Killer, presumably about implants. Diana suddenly had a deep glow to her eyes. Implants? But what about the lack of one? Do you guys know about the Kaisel clones? Topaz and Quartz nodded, clones of a brown-haired woman who usually acts as Soul Killer's officers and can show you your memories, typically go by the last name Kaisel. Yeah. Diana leaned in. Ever killed one? Missy has. Topaz shrugged. The clones don't produce an implant. Somehow they have mutations solidified in them without one, Diana said, which made no sense to me. Quartz stilled, his visor turning to Topaz. That would have to be impossible. Unless somehow, somewhere, humanity has discovered a way to bypass the need for implants. Dryder and I don't know the full story of how the Kaisel clones came to be, Diana muttered. But being able to clone adapters has always been known to be impossible. You can't clone a body touched by warp energy. Even with revolutionary developments in cradle tech, it would have been done decades ago to create an army. Unless the resources are heavy, I looked at my claws, or the information Ishailer restricted. If they have powers without implants, that would make them more like the Maul than humans. But even the Maul have a core. Quartz nudged a little closer. Cloning adapters. That could be it. What Skeleton wants. How much do you two know about his current state, or his abilities? Not much, I said, my heart pounding to know more. Topaz sighed. Shortly after Missy saved us from Soul Killer, we arrived at Westbrook for the first time. It was different back then. The group wasn't Missy and Diamante, and there was a void in their hearts. We were children, but Diamante said something along the lines of, "These two won't fill the void Mikhail created," but Missy was adamant about keeping us close to them. When Skeleton took control of Little Requiem, Missy and Diamante were shocked, genuinely shocked, because they believed him dead. And Diamante muttered, "That bastard copied my tech? Copied his tech? You mean how Diamante is a brain in a robot body?" Diana said before me. "I don't know for sure," Topaz said quietly. "But it could be Missy and Diamante aren't one for taking half measures. If they believed him dead, they dealt a fatal wound. Shit. Then he has a network feature to connect multiple bodies to him," I said. But something didn't hit right. Because I had Diana's files now on her discoveries on skeletons' bodies. His drones don't have a receiver for any signals to the net, Diana muttered. Utterly none. Less than even a scrapped frame. It's left the CO puzzled for years as to how he controls them. I paced the flooring. A body being controlled by skeleton was still bound to his mind, but had no way of being connected in real time. And getting signals to and from Little Requiem was difficult. Looking at Starlight, a theory came to me. What if he isn't sending signals to them? I asked. What if he's downloading a piece of himself into them, like a persona, uploading his consciousness, or a copy of it, into each drone? Mirage had said. Skeleton helped her control Midnight, but how would he have any idea about how a persona works in the first place? Unless he knew something about the art of digitizing minds. A shudder of breath tore out of me. That could certainly be a way, but wouldn't that mean, Diana furrowed her brows, that any of his bodies could turn against him? How does he gather information then, or use his features? Or doesn't that mean every time one of his bodies is destroyed? It's like he dies? He is named Skeleton after all, was all I could say. Okay, let's put that aside for now. What we don't know is that the uncaged were learning from each other. Skeleton and Dog Whistler worked together to adapt Soul Killer's mutations for their own needs. Soul Killer's motive seems to be in line with a mad scientist. They want to learn more about implants to an insane degree. Even if it means creating Mal and Skeleton, might be vying to use Soul Killer's cloning tech to give himself a new body, heal his original form? I looked to Topaz and Quartz for any confirmation, but they gave no direct one. That leaves the Dog Whistler, the most enigmatic of the three. No clear motives and no clear abilities. She acts as an oracle to Orthodox Metal Heavens due to possessing a connection to the All-Seeing, but no evidence of her has ever been found on the net. I paced the room. No known avatar, just whispers and rumors. She uses a proxy protocol similar to how Miss Himiko does it, and is estimated to be at either gold or titanium considering her proficiency. No motives. Diana chewed her lip. She helped me get out of Soul Killer, sent a message on my behalf. She's sort of like a massive conduit of information between Soul Killer and Skeleton, not directly working with any of them, but playing by her own rules. It's also Shahu was trusted by Mr. R to deliver the box of our Malseed to Missy and Diamante. She can control the homeless and has a safeguard over their implants with what you called the Revenant Code, right? And how do both her and Himiko connect to proxies? Last I knew you had to carry a huge briefcase called a proxy translator to do it. Yeah, I nodded. Revenant Code. It's installed on their frames. Another strange thing about it is that, like Mr. Skeleton's bodies, they don't have anything coded in them to act upon a specific signal received from the net. Maidens confirmed that, but they should have some form of activation. Confused, I turned to Starlight. Hey, pull up the details, the shardware her thralls use, of course. She happily smiled, displaying on the projector, Dog Whistler thralls shardware. She has these guys being modified somewhere, and my eyes opened up. It was so obvious. Cochlear shardware. And sound. The connections of the frame, where are they located? Which cranial nuclei do they connect with? 1 second. The vestibulocochlear nucleus. I slapped my knee, laughing as I did. Dog Whistler, all of her thralls use a warp material that produces sound. They don't receive a signal from the net. There is a program in them that automatically triggers the Shriekstone to create a unique sonic frequency. That's what triggers the Revenant Code. It must be out of her hearing range, but not out of their hearing range. Shall I try to find out the specific frequency? Do it, Starlight. I was still laughing. But then that just leaves her and Himiko's methods of the proxy protocol, though I don't have experience with someone else taking physical control of my body? Twilight. It's not out of the realm of possibility that Dog Whistler has capabilities comparable. But then again, Twilight was actually in my frame. How the hell does the Dog Whistler get in their frames with no trace of activity in the net? Diana leaned closer. Have you figured out anything about the implants they use otherwise? Just that it has Adita weaving feature. I picked it up. And that, Huh, you know I kept my probes gentle in the case that it has a self-destruct method installed into it. But now that I'm thinking about it, for that to be the case, means that Dog Whistler would have modified the implant-coded data within it. Which means traces of Herschel would be in there. It wouldn't be too out of bounds for the Uncaged's resident data delver to be able to manipulate coded data just as I could. A product of a unique feature. The entanglement of the issue was the relationship between Skeleton, who possessed this implant, and what exactly he was doing with the Dog Whistler's modification of it. Assuming she made this implant and not Skeleton, it will make sense. But maybe Skeleton stole this from her and was planning on using it on a dream-framed kid to figure out what she put on it. After all, the Revenant code wasn't on those dream frames, so it wouldn't have been possible to activate the mutagen. Maybe he was trying to understand the implant. I fish-hooked Starlight into my head, letting her mind synchronize with mine and act as both shield and cleaver. Then, my gold swam through the infected implant. Data mimicry working its deepest to read everything about it. At just iron, it should be easier. But implants were complicated, and then some otherworldly sources of information. It wasn't just enough for me to read. I needed to become one with it and submerge myself into its deepest secrets. So I reached into a database for a protocol that was still unfamiliar to me, but was, in fact, the very first protocol I had ever gained for it. Consciousness link. I pushed further, watching as a crack formed on the surface of the implant like shattering glass. But I delved into that breach. My mind dove into the bug, my consciousness submerging as I held my breath. The deeper I went, the more reality began to fade, as though I was being wrapped in some other form of existence. Eventually, I didn't even feel my steel hands anymore, just an endless, vast sea of darkness that plunged eternally outwards into the beyond. But Starlight was here, a singular focal point of light that illuminated these shadows. She did more than just synchronize with me, Mind. She reached into the implant, through my data mimicry and consciousness link, and forced the truth of this implant to reveal itself. The darkness disappeared, and suddenly I was drowning in a sea of flowing steel. For a mere iron, it was overwhelming to my gold, reactive and rejecting me, a natural immune response to one who sought to control it. But where I lacked skill, I relied on authority. Data mimicry and shardweave pulsed, my two unique features, both created by a fragment of the source shard-off change. I felt the iron quiver in fear, but then it suddenly stopped. It parted almost invitingly, and then I heard a voice. Female and sweet. Look who we have here. It took you long enough, Ripley. Both Starlight and I were pulled under, deep into the realm upon which this implant was written. I heard a sea of voices. It was shallow here. Gray. So much gray. Energy swam in currents and ripples, lost and flowing, but not as water. It wouldn't even be fair to say it flowed. It just appeared and moved, in irregular patterns that had no care for the laws of motion. Upon this sea, a figure stood basked in shadows. She was radiant and beautiful, even if not an inch of skin was on her, smooth as code. Only a mask shaped like a wolf's maw rested on her face. And these were not shadows. This was titanium warp code, a small drop in the face of this iron ocean, but nonetheless in control of it. You found me, she said, her mask muffling her voice, but not fading away the ethereal beauty behind it. It was a matter of time, I suppose. Skeleton's likely been preparing, and now given you an implant. Or, no, he never gave you one. I can see it in you. You can read my memories. You're not the only one to have divulged into bugs, their draw on our consciousness. They record and vigilate every thought we've ever had, drawing power from a source unknown to humanity. Yet you've come to me, Ripley Donovic, to ask questions, I assume. I have a lot of questions for you. When was this implant made? The shadowy woman scratched her chin. I had a new batch prepared roughly late September. As for what has happened since then, I wouldn't know unless I had read your mind. Yet parts of it are unclear to me. What is that? A fairy of pink radiated in my view. Unable to brave that sea, her glow cast around me like a shield to protect me as she proclaimed to the Shadow Woman, "That is named Starlight, and you must be the big, scary dog whistler. Gotta say, you're odd." The dog whistler, this iteration of her, laughed. "I am nothing but curious. I am formless thought severed and coalesced into a method for my greater self schemes. She dwarfs you. Starlight. You think gold is powerful. You haven't faced titanium that has had mental centuries of tempering. In fact, I would delight in breaking you myself." Starlight's glow over my formless consciousness solidified, unbacking. "Just try it. Enough? You're a piece of her will?" "I have to know. Is this related to Skeleton? How does he control his drones? Did you learn from him how to do this? Ah, you're astute. I see you came to a solid conclusion on Skeleton's ability." "Yes, I have adapted this method from him. It is subtle, and it also won so close to this power you're using to speak to me with. Albeit he does not merely use a protocol, but a unique feature." "Huh. Well, since you're going to war with High. Soulbind. That is its name, born from fragments of the source shards of connection and understanding, derived from founder of Syntech, Nolan Trask, and founder Beauregard Mazir, respectively. He can bind his presence into technology without using the net. Albeit it's in fact a combination of two prior unique features, imprint and psychometry. One gifted by his implant, while the other was the reason of his death. You see, he stole it from someone who was dear to Diamante and Missy, especially Diamante." "Oh, okay. Why are you being helpful?" "Because we are allies, Ripley Donovic. Fated to be allies forever. You do not know it, but you made quite a good impression on me. I would much rather have you on my side than anyone else. So, you seek to know how I control forgotten strays of humanity. The answer is simple. I am but a severed fragment from my greater consciousness pieced within these implants. When the time is needed, I create a pathway through the net, binding to my greater self, and erasing it when unneeded. Imperceptible, really. Even if you know about it, you wouldn't be able to stop it." "All right. Then would you tell me what your unique feature is?" "I won't, but perhaps I'll give you a hint. The source shard of the past. I derive my fragment from none other than the founder of Neocore, Michelle Silva. I reach into the furthest corners of a person's mind, their subconscious, and ease them. Honestly, it's like therapy, like yours. Albeit with so little of me here, I can't do as much as I want. But for moments, I return purpose to these people. They thought they were lost, but with my implants in time, I can turn them into the warriors they once were. No longer are they shells of power, but vessels of it." "You mean all these veterans who've had their implants taken from them?" "You would be surprised, but most of them agreed to this. When I take over, they live their dream lives, happy and free. I don't think you're that much of a philanthropist. But you confuse me. You helped Diana escape Soul Killer. You claim I'm your ally, yet you're always sneaking around and doing things that don't make sense." She laughed. It was like music. "Why would I ever want that crazed genofreak maniac growing more powerful?" "As for us being allies, you'll understand one day. I am simply the will of a power that exceeds everyone's awareness. The all-seeing? No, though Hitos confer with it from time to time. Mr. R, the sin of the founders. He has given 3 of us a purpose, and it is time we make do with the gifts he has bestowed. Time for us to commit the weapons required to win this war. By fighting with the other uncaged, and who is this war against? Anyway, our war with each other was bound to always happen. Mikhail and the Revenant each have their own views on how to better humanity. As for the grand scale of our endeavors, we are at war with humanity's greatest sinners, the Founders. We shall usurp them and restore rightful order in his name. The sin shall forge the empire that spans across space and time, across worlds, and bring peace to both humans and Mals. You are but a small ripple in the tide that is to come, and under my company will rule what is rightfully yours. Both you and your mother. You seek protection for her. I can grant it. And what about Mirage, Missy Diamante, Maiden, Topaz, Quartz, Diana? I do not care for Diana. She clicked her tongue distastefully. The laws of this game dictate that you two are to fight. It is destined. Become a dual adapter. Take from her that which is yours, and you shall be a king to rule kings. As for the rest, it is their choice for who they align with. If they are my enemies, they shall fall. It is only you whom I want on my side. Alas, you cannot give your answer now, for I will be gone as soon as you retract your mind from the implant. All right. Fine. I have one last question. Soul Killer's mutagen. It's in these implants. How did you learn to do it? Ah, that instantaneous on-demand soul death strain was a joint project between Soul Killer and Skeleton, their last one. Although, I was the one to be able to sediment it into perfection. Sims, bugs, they aren't as different as they appear. Both bind your soul to ether. The only difference is the path. One seizes the physical body, while the other binds to the mind. Yet, there is only a unique presence, as Quartz called it. Experiment and further yourself. I believe you are on the right path to saving your mother, Ripley. As she said, the iron sea began to bubble and form black threads. They tightened and constricted until they unraveled the sea, revealing a pulsing heart of crimson beneath all the gray. Then, that crimson erupted, pulling back with heaving breaths. I was dismayed to see ashes where the implant once was while my heart beat out of my chest. Okay, so Dog Whistler was inside there, some sort of lesser piece of her will. I think she's always watching through these implants. And when she needs to connect to the main Dog Whistler, I turned to them. They were all asleep. Looking at my clock, several hours had passed by. Leaning on my log, I looked at the list I made. It would be instrumental to everything I needed and wanted. The source shards. 6 founders, 5 maltitins. But I'd put together enough to learn that something was odd with the number. Quartz had stated that containment and release were antithetical to each other. They served opposite functions. All source shards had an antithetical opposite. There had to be 12 of them, so 6 founders and 6 maltitins. Not 5. One of them was never discovered, but had to be known about by the founders. Source shard pairs, known pairs, unknown pairs. Putting some things together, I shuddered as I thought about the possibility of there being an undiscovered maltitin under our noses. It seemed impossible, yet the more I learned about the source. If the world were written on rules, then warp energy was the pen, and the source shards were the hand. They could simply rewrite what reality was, what it had been, what it could be.